Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to our Business Analytics online event. My name is Harper Christopher, and my colleague and partner in Business Analytics is Portfolio Manager Noelle Basso. That's a wave, Noelle.
Hi, everybody.
We like to believe we are the message and the build behind all things business analytics at McGraw-Hill. I'm the message, and Noelle is the build. We hope you will enjoy today's session and will share any feedback and ask questions throughout the day. We will also be doing a very quick online survey at the end of the event. But before we do anything else, Noelle's going to talk us through a couple of little housekeeping tips.
All right, so here we go. You may have noticed already, but when you joined the call, you were already on mute. So everybody's going to stay on mute throughout the call, aside from the panelists and the presenters. We do have a little chat box that you can use for any questions, and there's also a question and answer area. Question and answer information will come directly to Harper or myself, so we can kind of answer those. We've got a little bit of direction over on the side, and I typed a little message in the chat to get started. So please use those throughout. When we get to specific sessions, we will read your questions off during Q&A pieces as much as time allows. So thank you in advance. At any point, if you need, you can leave the session and return using the same link that you used to first access this morning. So pop in, pop out. We know people have busy days, so thank you for joining us to begin with. If you have any technical difficulties, just use the Q&A feature. Harper and I will be there to help you troubleshoot any problems. And we are recording this whole event, but we'll send this out afterwards. So if there's pieces that you missed that you want to catch up on or other things that you want to rewatch, you'll be able to relive this in all of its glory. All right, Harper.
Thanks, Noelle. Okay, so here's our agenda. We are going to start today with a panel of your peers from various institutions who will share their own business analytics curriculum experience. We invite you to ask questions, share feedback during that session and throughout the day. There's going to be various breaks throughout the day as well, where you can refuel, check email, or relax, or take a walk. And after each session, we'll provide a time check and let you know when you should return for the next session. At 11:30, we will have a more in-depth presentation from our author team giving insight about the CRISP DM pedagogical framework, their new business analytics title, and how they're using it in an online teaching. At 1 p.m., we will be joined by a member of the Bose Corporation who will provide insight on the types of problems his company must solve as it relates to business analytics skills needed. At 2 o'clock, a professor from Western Virginia University, who is also on our panel, will discuss online teaching and business analytics and the digital tools she has found successful. You can move on. All right, so here we are, business analytics. This cover says it all, and it's an amazing guess, right? So making good and profitable decisions are our #1 driving force for all businesses. And from what we're learning, this is one of the top reasons that business analytics programs are absolutely booming on campus nationwide. Because of the massive amounts of more accessible data available to businesses everywhere and the need to transform that data into insights and decisions that will improve business performance, more and more employers are demanding better skilled data analytics professionals. In other words, more data calls for more and better business analytics. And as a result, we have been listening to your peers and learning. And what we're learning is that there's still not just one defined curriculum. We're still learning, you all are learning from peers and from other schools, still trying to decide the best software and skills for their students. You're still deciding on the appropriate prerequisites. Still learning from industry and what is it that they really need from students, and still deciding whether to replace the business stats course or not. So we at McGraw-Hill have been following these trends closely for the past few years and have been listening, learning, and gathering information from over 700 instructors nationwide. Business analytics instructors and peers across the country in cities like San Diego, Denver, San Antonio, Chicago, and Boston, where we brought them all together, have helped us learn how to best develop products and solutions that will meet the needs of faculty and produce students with the business analytics skills needed in this new data-driven workplace. Today, we'll offer even more insights nationwide about the needs of business analytics instructors, and we look forward to your questions and your feedback. And in fact, we depend on feedback from both you, the instructor, and from students. So our mission as a learning science company is to help students learn by being the best at understanding the science behind how students learn. We develop methods to make learning easier and use data analytics to improve our content and tools so that we can build better solutions. We continue to learn from you and your peers. And on that note, Noelle is going to be leading our first session on incorporating business analytics across the business curriculum and give you the opportunity to hear from your peers. Noelle, take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you, Harper. All right. So as Harper mentioned, our first session is a panel of instructors who are teaching business analytics across all sorts of different schools. So I'd like to introduce them, and then I will give them each a chance to introduce themselves. We've got some guided questions to kind of help get things started, but please do, as we're speaking and as the panelists are speaking, add your questions in the chat, add your questions in the Q&A, and we will bring those up when we get to the end of the presentation. We definitely want to hear from you. We want to make this as interactive as a virtual event can possibly be. So thank you again to our panelists. We have John Branner from Cape Fear Community College, Janet Frazier from West Virginia University, Roger Grindy from the University of New Hampshire, and Peter Tarasevich, Peter, I hope I got that right, from Northeastern University. And I am going to kick things off with our very first question, and we'll have Janet go first. But Janet, could you speak a little bit, first to introduce yourself and maybe tell the group what you're currently teaching, and then speak a bit about how your institution's currently integrating or trying to integrate or do additional integration of analytics across the business curriculum. So we'd love to hear about, is West Virginia University offering a major, a minor? How was this decided? What other types of courses are being offered, and what departments are those courses being offered in? So Janet, I'll turn it over to you to start.
All right, thank you. Well, that's not a small question by any means, but I'm Janet Frazier. I'm the coordinator of the Business Data Analytics programs at West Virginia University. We house them within our Chambers College of Business and Economics. We have launched a minor that we encourage students in most business majors to pursue. We kind of took this approach because as we were trying to think about what business data analytics should look like at the undergraduate level, well, we felt that it kind of applied to just about every major, and that it might be more effective to develop a minor that students can easily attach onto their other majors than it would be just to have a dedicated business data analytics major. And it's been really interesting to see how that has rolled out throughout our business college. We now have students in almost all of our business majors taking business data analytics as a minor. And we've even had some surprises with students outside the business college coming predominantly from areas like forensic science and the liberal arts and health sciences. We had like this huge boom of nursing students who are interested in pursuing the minor. So that's kind of reinforced our idea that maybe this isn't a major as much as it's a minor that really connects and has applications in just about every industry or field that you could think of. I teach a lot of the classes in the program. Our minor requires an overview course in data analytics, which I think is just a ton of fun. Students get to learn R and Tableau, and we talk about different tools that we can use technologically and different approaches to investigate different kinds of information. The class is pretty project-based. I've been really lucky to find corporate partners who have wanted to help us out and provide us with problems, some of them more interesting and challenging to students than others. One of the first projects we did was with our State Department of Agriculture, and I think I've turned off about 20 students on the idea of farming anything ever, which, oops. Then we also have students who can continue on in the minor taking courses in data simulation, database development, advanced statistical skills, and then With that, we also have a master's program. It's a one-year online program that covers absolutely everything from how to collect and store data to how to visualize and package analysis. And then that is also topped off with a practical hands-on problem sponsored by a corporate partner. So for example, this year we have one team looking at employee retention at public health labs, which turned out to be way timelier than we expected. So we're both getting the undergrads through a minor, and then we have our master's program that seems to attract students from fresh graduates who are looking to bump up their quantitative skills to senior VPs for regional businesses. And sometimes it's an interesting time getting them all to work together on teams. So that's kind of an overview of what we're doing and the types of topics that we're teaching.
Awesome. Thank you, Janet. All right, John, I'm going to turn it over to you. Same question.
Same question. Okay. Let's see. We take at Cape Fear Community College, we have a certificate in business analytics and a diploma in business analytics and a degree in business analytics. But we've also taken some of those courses and applied them to accounting. So you can get an accounting degree with a certificate in business analytics. So that's how we're integrating. Our program is about 3 years old right now. And so we've kind of seen the whole transition, and we've started with part of our software side. We were starting with SAS, and then we went to Tableau and Click. So we integrated all three throughout the program. But what we found is that SAS is pretty challenging for some students to get installed on their computers. Tableau, just the resources aren't as robust as we'd like to have for instruction. And then Click was kind of the same way, but students do like the Tableau better. But we've decided to go to R as a basic open source tool and just stick with R primarily, and maybe integrate Tableau at a later point throughout the program. So that's how we're kind of moving in that direction, so that students have accessibility to R. And it's kind of one of the things we like about this new text is that it integrates R into the program. So we kind of see it on both ends.
Perfect. Thanks, John. All right, Roger.
Yes, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Roger Grindy. I'm an associate professor in the Decision Sciences Department at UNH. And I've been here longer than I almost care to admit. During my faculty life, I've been a faculty member, obviously, and also served for a few years as associate dean and then a few years as department chair. So now I'm enjoying some time back as just a regular faculty member. We have, in terms of business analytics, we have programs at the undergraduate level and at the MBA, and just launching this fall an MS in business analytics. Our undergraduate program is structured a little differently than most. We don't have majors within the business area. I mean, we have a BS in business administration. Within that, students can get what the university refers to as options, which are essentially specializations, or you might consider them to be sort of a mini major, if you will. And the way our business analytics came about there, I think this is just kind of an example of where, depending on what kind of school you're in and the culture, you have to work within that culture and the politics within that culture to work in business analytics where you can. We had an existing information systems option, which had ebbed and flowed over the years. And several years ago, the faculty in the department, we got together and we said, we gotta grow this option, for one thing. And this was also the time when business analytics was really rising quickly. And so what our option is actually information systems and business analytics. And actually, with the faculty strengths in our department, that works out really, really well. It certainly keeps the peace within the department because we all have a role to play in the option. And I think at the undergraduate level, it's really important that our students, they're not going to come out as experts in business analytics or data science. They don't have the math background to really be hardcore data scientists. We're not really training programmers. What a lot of what we're trying to do is give them enough exposure and give them a strong enough foundation so that when they go out there and they're in their first and second jobs, they can add value for their employer. So we part of that is helping our students understand what they don't know and giving them experiences so that they have to struggle with things that they don't know. And a good example of that is a course I'm teaching now, and that's the capstone project in our undergraduate program, where students go out and do projects for companies. And for example, students didn't realize that they would have to be writing a VBA code to help combine data from 30 different workbooks into one at the outset of the semester. But I've got a couple teams working on that problem, and so they've learned a lot of VBA this semester that they didn't realize that they would have to learn. And VBA is kind of you might consider it sort of an outdated language, but it's used a heck of a lot in industry because there's a lot of heck of a lot of business processes that are still very Excel dependent. Beyond that, we teach, of course, the standard analytics related courses, and within our MBA program, I teach I guess you would call it the statistics course. We call it data driven decisions, which we are trying to make that a little bit more analytics oriented than just a pure statistics course, but it's really challenging. Within 8 weeks, they're for us to try to figure out what exactly we should be teaching to MBA students there. Then following on from that, I taught an elective for the MBA students, data management and visualization. And so there we are dealing with unstructured data, live streaming data, for example, from Twitter, and then structured data, where you would find in, say, a relational database, and then using tools like R and Tableau and Power BI to a certain extent there. So, and then other courses delve more deeply into the what I would consider the real analytics stuff, the predictive and the prescriptive analytics. So that's enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. That was great. All right, Peter, same question.
And all right, good morning, everybody. Name is Peter Tadasevich. I've been teaching at Northeastern University for longer than I care to remember at this point. The past 4 years, I was brought in specifically to help with establishing a business analytics program. We started with a Master's of Science in Business Analytics, and this was meant to be just an online program. It started, actually before I came in, it was started with the computer science people and the business people. We figured, well, we'll build upon their expertise and we'll add in our expertise, and in the middle ground somewhere will be this thing called business analytics. Well, that program, unfortunately, I think we threw our students into too much computer science and too much hardcore computer science a little bit too early. That program, I think 1 or 2 students ended up finishing from that initial try, but we quickly switched over and said, no, we need control of this. We know our students best. We need to develop all the material ourselves and cater to our business students and those who want business analytics and not data analytics or data science or computer programming. That said, we now have an online in business analytics going on 3 years now. We'll have another class coming in the fall. This is a 10-course program. There's an intro course that's more a case-based course. It's introducing business analytics as a whole and what it can be used for without getting too deep into the data or the quantitative methods. The second course that most students take is my course. It's part business statistics and it's into the heavier math and really the predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics, which is why I like the current textbook that's being promoted today, because I get to do linear programming and things like that as part of this course. Our courses are 7-week courses online, so they're very intense. It's challenging for some students that they have to be very dedicated. These are mostly working students. They have to put in the time they need to get through the courses, but most of them are doing very well in the process. We teach a secondary analytics course. We teach data mining, visualization course, which I also teach online. We use Tableau for that. We've used Tableau. There are other packages out there. As most people know at this point, Tableau seems to be very the community, business community, as well as they have good support for the educational community. So it seemed like a natural fit, at least for now. And that's been working out well for us. Our students take an information design course, capstone course, and right now they take 3 electives. Those electives are right now marketing is the option that we're giving them to take for the elective courses. The final marketing course is marketing analytics, I believe, along with marketing research. We plan to offer additional analytics course in different functional areas, maybe throw in a database course, maybe throw in a modeling course as well, things we kind of got on the back burner right now. There will be an on-ground version of this program starting, I believe. Things have been thrown up in the air, as most people realize at this point. So we'll see what happens with that and how that gets started. Our MBA program was revised a couple years ago. Well, they decided they want to do specialization in business analytics. So I got to develop a course for the MBA students. And now we get into more on-ground courses, and I apologize, we've got a lot of programs, so I'll try and tell you a little bit about, I think, the good or different pieces of each. The on-ground MBA intro course is hands-on material. So I cover, this past semester, I covered 2 weeks of Tableau, I covered a week of forecasting and regression, I covered a week of linear programming, a couple weeks of database, and then we went into Python. I spent half a semester on Python and then going into predictive, prescriptive analytic techniques using Python, but trying to teach them a little bit about the programming language itself, along with the conceptual ideas of, okay, let's do this and use the libraries and code that's written to actually solve problems. So this has been a challenge to a certain extent. Some students pick up on the programming aspects pretty quickly. Some need more time. Switching over to online in the middle of on ground has given me some insights on what works and what doesn't. So it's been, I can't say it's been a fun semester, but it's been interesting in certain ways to see different techniques and how they differ from online versus on ground. Our MBA program allows our students to take courses in data mining, visualization, etc., as part of their specialization. Our MA, Masters in Accounting and MBA combined program, this is a 15-month program, very intense. They get 2 degrees when they're all done. They've decided to pick up on business analytics as their focus. This is starting this summer, I've been told. So another program that's picked up on the bandwagon here. But we've set up a lot for a lot of the other schools, not the other schools, but the other groups within our school and the other degree programs within our school. So it makes it easier for them to pick up and integrate these courses. Our undergraduates, not to be left out of the picture here. I thought my job would be done after the online MS in Business Analytics. Unfortunately not. Our undergraduates, we now have a minor in Business Analytics. This can be taken by our business students and anybody within Northeastern University. We've had, mostly it's our business students right now. We've had maybe 10% come from different colleges, liberal arts, occasionally from engineering, computer science, that's not our target area, but we are attracting people from different parts of the university, which is great to see. Our minor has a intro course, which again is hands-on. We're teaching it in a very similar fashion to the MBA course that we developed. And it has been trial and error, but we went through half a semester of Python with them toward the end. And again, there's every student's different in terms of how they learn. And they need to put in a little bit of effort sometimes to learn these, the programming aspects, the coding aspects on top of the conceptual aspects, but it's been going well so far. And let's see, minor and concentration. We don't have majors at the business school. We have concentrations equivalent to a major. I believe that's something that's still being considered for the longer term. Right now, the minor actually works out well. Anybody can take it, so it's not nothing that's holding anybody back from taking it. So I think that's kind of put a damper on just going through the extra work to declare the concentration. And for the minor, our undergraduate students can take pretty much the same courses, sometimes more courses than our graduate students. We do have data mining, visualization. We're starting up a course in artificial intelligence along with that. And we have a modeling course. Spring. Okay, I'll stop now.
That's great. Thank you, Peter. We're starting to get some really great questions in through the chat. So I'm going to pause right now and let Harper kind of bring those up. And we also wanted to clarify a couple of questions that have come in around what is this book that we're talking about. So apologies for any confusion there. And that will be covered more in the next session. But we are referring to Business Analytics, Communicating with Numbers, which is the new first edition text by Jagia, Kelly, Lertwatra, and Chen. So that's the book that we're going to go into more detail about that just published in January. So it's an introductory business analytics course, text for business analytics. So Harper, do you want to bring up some of the questions that we've been getting in?
Yes. So we have quite a few. So I think I'm going to just read them and then sort of let the panelists listen and kind of choose who wants to take what. So one of the questions is, are you finding business students able to learn R programming? This is one. The other question, I see lots of programs, minors, majors, certificates, but other across the curriculum efforts, writing ethics, et cetera, seems different. Are these truly integrations across the curriculum? What are the obstacles for doing that? You ready for the next? That was a long one. How big are your programs in terms of students, undergrads, full-time, MS, part-time, online, masters? And then the last question is how much, not the last question, how much do all of you integrate programming classes into your business analytics curriculum? Another question, any effort to standardize the curriculum for business analytics? It appears in most cases is dominated by either computer scientists or else, depending on who started the program, it will tailor it across to his or her specialty. And then someone asked about anyone using STATA, S-T-A-T-A. So those are the questions. I don't know how you want to handle that, Noelle, or if anybody wants to raise their hand to any of those, or do we want to go one by one? It looks like the programming question is definitely one that is consistent. Do any of you offer programming classes? Roger, you want to take that one?
Yes, and this kind of ties in with what classes are taught to undergrads as well. I'll just describe our undergraduate option a little bit. Within that option, we have a programming course. This is within the business major, so it's a business student, undergraduate business student who's doing an option in information systems and business analytics. So one of those courses that they take is actually it's actually a course in Java. They actually have a choice between taking a programming course in Java or a course in Python, and so they do get programming exposure, and we're pretty upfront with them that, and partly, frankly, this is a sales trick to them that we're not trying to train them to be expert programmers, because most business students, frankly, they probably wouldn't be majoring in business if they really wanted to be an expert programmer. We have a few that really do, but we do want them to have some exposure to it and really to be able to communicate ultimately when they are a business analyst, be able to communicate with both sides of the house, the technical side of the house, and also the business and strategic side of the house. So that's a specific programming course that they take. And then within our more analytics oriented set of courses, our predictive analytics course is probably the most programming intensive because that one uses R. And so that course really, someone else mentioned the idea of trying to teach analytics concepts and applications, frankly, at the same time that you're having the students learn a bit of R, and that is challenging. We find, if I think about how I learn programming, I learn some foundations, and then I learn very incrementally. I learn as I need to learn, and that's kind of the approach that we're trying to take with students, is that we try to give them a foundation, and then we give them an example, and we encourage them, hey, if you can find some code on the internet that does something like this, take it and adapt it. That's what working professionals do. So we give them some examples. We encourage them to expand beyond those, and to a certain extent, we require them to go beyond them. In another of our undergraduate courses, this is a little bit more on the IS side of things. It's an e-business course. They do some they build sort of a back end and a front end for sort of an e-commerce type site. So they're dealing with building a MySQL database and implementing that, and then building sort of a front end for that using PHP and so forth. So our students come out having been exposed to a number of different programming languages. And for those students who are faced with a problem in their job that they need to apply that, we feel that if they're motivated, they've learned enough so that they can figure out what they need to learn to accomplish the task at hand. And given the number of courses that we have in our undergraduate program for IS and BA, which beyond the core courses that everybody has to take, we've only got 5 of those that students that we really have. So we have limited time to do that. So I'll stop there and let someone else take on.
Thanks, Roger. Janet, could you speak a little bit to R and how your students have been doing with that specifically? And I only ask that because I know that we've talked a lot about it, and I think it could be good to add. And one thing to clarify that's come up a couple times in the chat, the Jogia Business Analytics book that we're kind of here to talk a little bit more about does specifically support R. It offers R code as well as Analytics Solver, which is an add-in through Excel. So those are 2 things, and we'll cover that more in later sessions, but just to kind of give everybody some more information around that.
So when it comes to teaching my students R, there's a distinct difference between my master's business data analytics, my MBA students, and my undergraduate minor students. My undergraduate minor students all come into the first data analytics class they take, which we have, it's Buddha 450 at WVU, and they all have an expectation that they're going to have to learn how to do a little bit of code. That's something that we very clearly state as something that they need to do. But we don't have them taking any specific dedicated programming classes. We cover all the programming and coding in our own classes as we do specific data analytics related tasks. Sort of as Roger said, we find it to be helpful to teach in this manner so that they get used to learning how to discover and find things to help them solve specific problems, because we know darn well we're not going to be able to show them even a fraction of the different types of data analytics problems they could potentially run into in the workplace. But we do have a responsibility to teach them how to find that kind of information when it comes up in the workplace. So our undergraduate students are usually very interested and excited and very ready to learn. So they come in, even if they have no prior coding experience, they feel very prepared to learn. On the converse, when I pull this stuff out with my MBA students, they all start panicking. They didn't go into an MBA program thinking that they would have to do coding or analytics, and here they are, and I'm showing them R, and they're panicking. But I've found that the first step is the most challenging. Just getting everything installed and set up on their computers is the most challenging part. And even if you walk through line by line, eventually they start picking up on things very quickly. And, well, last year, because this year was kind of wild and a lot of their business case competitions were canceled, last year I had several groups of our MBA students approach me and tell me after they went to case competitions that they were the only MBA students who had any experience doing any amount of coding, even if it's fairly rudimentary functions within R. So at first they were very apprehensive, and some of them kind of gave me a hard time because, well, this is an MBA program, why do we have to do any coding? By the end of it, a lot of them were really eager to learn more and were very appreciative of having that skill because it sets them apart from, well, every single other MBA graduate or almost graduate that they'd met. And then with our Masters of Business Data Analytics students, these are primarily online students and they're working professionals. And just like our undergraduate minor students, they know in advance that even if they have no coding or programming background, it's going to come up. It's going to come up early, and we are going to help them every step along the way. And we're going to make sure the focus when it comes to teaching them the programming is focused on very specific skills and things that they need to do. We found that setting a context and a reason really goes a long way in simplifying the process of teaching code to students who may really not have anticipated it coming up in their plans of study.
Awesome. Thanks, Janet. I have a related question that's come in for all of you, and it's kind of come up in a lot of your different answers. But what have you found has worked and hasn't worked when you're teaching this stuff online, and especially, obviously, in the quick pivot to move everything online for most people over the last couple of months? Any things that you found to be successful or places where you've said, oh my gosh, this is just not working at all, and you've had to kind of shift gears? And this is an open question, so if anybody wants to jump in to grab it.
I'll just quickly throw in that doing short 5 to 10 minute tutorial videos went from cut the number of emails and concerns I had from students who were freaking out about doing certain skills down from a pretty good clip to a slow trickle. So 5 to 10 minute tutorial videos have been both a headache saver for me and my students.
Yeah, with the
Anybody else? Peter, did I hear you start to answer? Yeah.
I can throw in, especially with the changeover. This has been interesting. We started before we got kicked off campus. We had a couple weeks of just an intro to Python, something different. We were jumping into Python, saying, well, you know, we're not teaching programming here for the MBAs or for the undergraduates because they're business students, but they should know how to take some code and use something that's already been written and not be afraid to learn a little bit about it, make some minor changes to it, and kind of understand what's going on. But we decided to back up a little bit, teach them a couple weeks of basics first, and continue from there. Doing this in class is a challenge. For the undergraduates, we've been teaching this as a night course, and our classes are 4 credits, so that's over 3 hours of instruction. So trying to do 3 hours of Python step-by-step through 40 or more students in a classroom, even with a TA and multiple instructors sometimes, it's kind of you're running up and down, chasing students, trying to help them out as they go through it. Not a good environment because some students will pick up what you're doing very quickly and be able to replicate what you're doing and follow along with you. And some students either don't want to, or they're having a bad day, or everybody, again, is on a different learning path. When we switched over to the online, it was kind of, all right, what do we do now? Well, we decided against having synchronous sessions, and we decided just to record everything that we normally do in class. Well, this actually works out well. Again, kind of like the short tutorial video idea, except that we put everything online. And yes, it takes a lot of time to do a halfway decent recording, but once it's there, students can go through it at their own pace. They can stop it, they can repeat it, they can watch it 10 times if they need to, but they'll go through the steps step by step, and they can do it at their own pace, which has worked. I think I've gotten some good feedback about that. So something we'll need to think about for the future, maybe as at least as a supplement to the on-ground classes.
Thanks. John or Roger, anything you want to add? Anything that you guys have experienced?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I'm teaching a non-traditional class. It's our capstone class in our undergraduate option. So that's the project-based class. So the teams are 4 or 5 students each, and actually, you know, I feel really blessed that this class works so well in a remote environment. And there are just some things that I'm hoping that I will be able to continue with when we go back to face-to-face. Meetings with students, I feel actually that in the Zoom-based world, students are less able to hide from me because it's so easy to share your screen, and I can just call on a student. This is just within a small group, and I say, what are you working on? Can you share your screen and walk me through it, and that sort of thing. And the students have become accustomed to the technology, so they're able to do that fairly quickly. I also find my one-on-one sessions with students that oftentimes are much more technical in nature. They'll be sharing their screen with me, and then I'll share my screen with them. The whole call can be recorded, so they can go back and go over it. So while there are real challenges with, especially with my colleagues teaching larger classes, I think that's where a big challenge is. For small groups and for one-on-one, I'm actually finding that students are more willing to come to me online than they are to come to my office. And so I don't know, that probably says more about my office hours demeanor than the technology, but that's been actually a positive out of this.
That's great. And that kind of relates to a question that just came in, and I think you answered a bit of it, but if any other panelists have anything to add. So the question is, how do you deal with students with extremely deficient backgrounds? So struggles to solve word problems or basic equations, things like that. And I know, Roger, you were talking about one-on-ones where they can share their screen and you can walk through technical things. John, Janet, Peter, anything else that you have found, or have you found ways to address this problem, or has this come up for you at all?
So we have a prerequisite for our Intro to Data Analytics class, and it requires either passing our applied or business calculus with a B- or better, or the regular Calc 1 with a C- or better. So students who have really, really rudimentary math skills are not usually able to get into the data analytics classes. Although if we have students who approach us that are interested in the minor and who want to pursue business data analytics, we connect them with tutoring to help them through the math and statistics prerequisites to make sure that they are at least at a competitive level when they get into our data analytics classes.
Thank you. Peter or John, did I hear one of you start to answer as well?
Yeah, so I was I'll jump in. We were talking about the student levels. So when I get students, of course, at the community college, I get students from all levels, and that's the real challenge in teaching anyway. So I think focusing, and this kind of goes back to a previous question as well, teaching one software program throughout the program keeps them focused on that particular program, and R being the basis for a lot of programming in itself. So that kind of helps my students if they know that they're going to be doing R throughout the entire program instead of trying to learn SAS. Getting SAS working immediately is really challenging all by itself. But if they have to learn SAS and then they have to learn Tableau and then they have to learn Click, then they're kind of discouraged. But if they know they're just going to be doing R all the way through, that kind of helps them out. And we run our courses parallel to each other. What I mean by that is that we have certain prerequisites like business analytics, 120 before 121, et cetera. But 150 is also a prerequisite to 220. So we run them side by side. And in the one section, one course will have Excel that we run through all the conceptual pieces of business analytics. And then on the second line, we'll do more of the programming piece of it, the software piece of it, where they apply their concepts. So being together, joined together, they're kind of doing it simultaneously throughout the program. So we prepare them for that next level, the university level.
Thank you. Harper, I know you've got a couple of questions that have been coming in through Q&A.
Yes, I do. This one is specific to an associate's program. So, John, I think this would be a good one for you. It says, do you have good enrollment in your Associate's Applied Science program, and how long have you offered it, and has it led to good jobs for students? That was one. That one has an answer, John?
Yeah. This is a question we get all the time, especially at the community college. You know, if I get this programming, if I take this program or join up on this program, am I going to get paid afterwards? Is it going to result in a job for me? I've been teaching this for about 3 years, and we haven't seen a tremendous jump in the enrollment. We've got a lot of interest. I get a lot of people call me up and ask me about it. I always get the same question: what kind of jobs are lined up? Well, in this area where I live in Wilmington, North Carolina, it's kind of a tough market, if you will. And so I have to refer them to like the Department of Labor's Job Outlook, that kind of thing, because in this area, the jobs just aren't, there's not a lot of jobs out here for just about anything. Um, there's specific jobs, maybe hospitality, things like that, but it's just a community where analytics, the jobs are just far few between. And then you have to factor in the students, the individual student, you know, how they approach looking for jobs. So what I'll do is typically refer them to our career center. So we have guidance and counselors and things like that, where they can give them job resources, hunting skills and whatnot. We do have a capstone course, and we try to incorporate our advisory committee, which is of community members from larger organizations throughout the community, where they'll come in and give us ideas about what they're looking for as far as the curriculum, as far as the students that are coming out. But they don't sit there and just hold, say, hey, I got jobs for you if you get through this program. Typically, from my level, I'm getting students that are already in the workplace. I think it goes into the next question that we have. I hope I'm not stepping over it. But the students that I see at the community college level they're already in the workplace. They already have degrees. They're looking to improve their skill set. So that's what I see.
Okay, thanks so much, John. Another question that came up is, there's actually two questions. How does your final exam assessment look like? And the same question when it applies to an MBA course. Does anyone want to tackle that one? What your final exam assessment looks like? I know, Janet, I think you're probably going to get more into that later on in the event.
Mention a little bit to that question.
Sure.
It, Year, I guess, was a little bit different because we switched to online in the middle of it. So, but we had planned to do a project, so a team-based project, where students go out and find their own data set and analyze the data set and present the findings to the rest of the class. Again, a little bit different doing it online. We had them make recordings. Actually, I found that kind of good in terms of reviewing their work because I could watch their recording and look through their paper at the same time. But anyway, we do what we needed to do to get them through the semester. And this, we've decided to start giving exams on concepts. So we go through different topics, an intro course like I teach for the MBAs or for the undergraduates as well. They are exposed to a lot of different material and descriptive, predictive, prescriptive analytics, and the types of things that go along with it. And at the end of the semester, they'll be tested on those basic concepts. They're not expected to know programming on that exam. They're not expected to use a computer. It is meant to be a pen and exam. This time we had to give it online, so we made a huge database, of questions and did a multiple choice timed exam. Everybody at the same time. But that's what we're doing right now. Not saying it's the best option necessarily, but this is where we are.
Mine are basically the same way. We have projects and then presentations. So I usually go to, like, this year I did, I copied some from Teradata University, and found out what some of those projects they did in the past, the competitions. I just took their whole set of questions because they're good questions and realistic. And I just took that and said, okay, this is your information, is what you got to pull out, go for it, and then give me a PowerPoint presentation and either a video or Zoom or something like that. So they have to present their information.
Thanks so much, John, and everyone. So a couple of the other questions that I'm seeing here are about Python. Someone said, Peter talked about teaching Python to MBA students. Since Python may or may not be immediately applicable to their jobs, I wonder how he managed to get non-technical MBA students motivated. And then on a similar note, someone also asked about, we're hearing from employers more and more that they want students with Python skills. Thoughts? So the question is all about Python. And so Peter, if you could answer that question, and then Noelle, if you want to just kind of mention what we have going on with Python as well.
We had to make a decision, and we're not consistent across all our courses yet in terms of teaching Python or specific software packages. We're trying to get to a point where for visualization, we use Tableau, at least in our courses. We do have some faculty in the upper level courses that are using R or using specific software packages. And actually for my intro courses, I start with Excel. There's some good Excel add-ins, and it kind of eases them into Python. So Python won the question of, yeah, employers want Python. We had to make a decision. I think I would have rather stuck to R, honestly. Would have been easier for me, easier maybe for the students as well. We keep hearing that students even, and I talk to computer science students. I definitely, when I get a TA from classes, I go to computer science to get the students in my classes, and they're like, yeah, we can know R, but as soon as we get to a company, yeah, they want us to learn Python basically. So R is okay, but Python is what everybody's using. So we've decided, all right, let's start emphasizing Python and the tools that employers are saying that they want our students to have. Yeah, motivating an MBA student, that's hard in anything they don't want to take or don't want to think they should be taking. They come to an analytics course, they want to do business analytics, we're upfront, I'm upfront, like this is what the course is going to be about. If you don't want to be here, please don't be here. Maybe you should be doing something else. But And then I start with some of the, I'll say, easier software packages conceptually. Tableau is complicated, but it's different than Excel in a lot of ways. Excel they've seen before. They've all taken statistics in theory before they've gotten to the MBA program. So the first part of the course is, kind of a warm up to the Python. And then we spend, at least we have been spending 2 weeks just on introductory Python concepts. So let's not worry about the analytics stuff too much for a couple of weeks. Let's just learn about, okay, here's a data set. Here's how we read a comma delimited file into our environment. We use Spider. We're working fairly well so far, fingers crossed. And to show them how to manipulate the data and what the environment can do, what the environment looks like, try to get their comfort level up a little bit before we get into some more serious scripts and code. And for some of the more complex examples, sometimes I'll just present, here's some code. This is what it does. And I'll step through the code. Maybe I'll leave out some lines of code or some words or commands and have them go through and put in certain words, but I don't force them to write from scratch. And the idea is, okay, learn a little bit about what Python does, and then here's what it can be used for. And yeah, you can probably find something that does what you want it to do or is pretty close, and you don't have to write it yourself. You find it and use it. And again, it's trying to get them, to that point. Doesn't work with everybody. That's always going to be the case. That just, we have a range of students. I wish I had a class full of computer science students, but I don't. I have a class of business students, and their backgrounds are all different. And sometimes that's fun. I like it. I like the diversity in the classes, but technically, it's a challenge. But they also know they have to learn it, and some of them it's going to take longer to learn than others.
Hey, Peter, 2 quick follow-up questions that have come in. Someone was asking what text or what kind of guide you're using to help teach your students Python. And then another question about what is Spider, if you could elaborate on that. And just a quick plug, so the Jagia Business Analytics text will support Python. We are developing a supplement that'll be ready for fall, but that's obviously not what Peter's been using. It's not ready yet. So we'd love to hear from you a little bit more on that.
Okay, and by fall, I hope you mean summer or definitely fall.
Definitely fall, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. The text or we're kind of winging it with Python. I've got piles of books that I go through examples. Some are better than others. I'm not going to try to recall any right now. And pile of books is in my bedroom somewhere. But going online, going through different books, I wish I could give you something more specific than that. I've also been working with another faculty member, which has been good, that we've been developing our content kind of parallel to each other. So that person might have an idea on some basic concept and how to teach it, and then we'll work together on kind of a finished product. So there's been some back and forth, really working with colleagues to try to come up with ideas that will work and work well in the classroom, and talking about, all right, how do we introduce this to the students, but not a book per se. And see, I think I missed a second question in there. A resource, Spider. If you did SPYDER, if you Google it, it's a integrated development environment. It allows you to run through Spider. It's an interface package. It's got, you can actually, I think, run R through there as well, and some other software. So it's a reasonably good editor and runtime environment for Python.
Thank you. Harper, did you have any other Q&A questions that we didn't address yet? I've got a couple on my end, but I'll let you cover yours.
I do. Hang on. So one of the questions, and one thing that we will be doing is, as we're frantically collecting all of these questions as they're coming in, we will be doing an FAQ that will follow up with everyone on the event, so that you have sort of a place where you can come to look for kind of the questions and answers. And we'll have our authors join into that as well. But John, one of the questions they asked was whether you could put the site names in the chat box that you had mentioned. So just keep that in mind, and we can follow up with that. Another question was, I'm interested in your opinion on the use of interactive case studies or gamification in your analytics classes to follow a more learning on the job kind of approach. Does anyone have any comments on that, or is anyone doing that currently?
No.
Okay, it does not sound like it.
We aren't, but it sounds fantastic.
we actually, one of those events that we did, that was the go-to. We sort of did a Shark Tank where we said, come up with the best ideas.
Yeah.
And that was definitely one of them, with gamification. So definitely on the roadmap and something that we're thinking about. But sounds like no one is doing that specifically right now.
One thing we did do this semester, just because we had to do something different for one of our assignments, is a company approached us, a learning and certification company, not LinkedIn Learning, but Pluralsight approached us this semester with an offer for free licenses for students for a period of time, and so we actually used that. So that was a nice way for students to get some external, quote, certification for going through some training materials and so forth. And so we just made an assignment out of it, and some students really took to it. And so we find students that well, and even employers and parents and that sort of thing. I mean, a college degree, yeah, you graduated from college, what do you know? And so some of these external certifications we're looking into as ways to sort of provide an additional signal for sort of our students' proficiency in certain areas. That doesn't specifically relate to gamification, but it's just something a little bit different.
Fantastic. Thanks, Roger. Another question that came up, we just redesigned our course to in business to focus on Excel. Are we doing the students a disservice? I'm curious if anybody has any comments on that.
And can I add to that? I've got a question in the chat. Similarly, well, maybe not similarly, but also asking about experience with Jump, Minitab, or Stata. So I don't know if any of you are using any of those or teaching with those in your courses.
So the question about redesigning the course to focus on Excel, and is that doing the students a disservice? And then following up with additional software. Does anyone have any comments, suggestions on that?
I think
first question. Oh, I'm sorry,
Janet.
I think the question on Excel is partly an opinion question and partly a question about who are your students and what are you trying to prepare them for. I see Excel continue to be an integral part of business processes. So I don't like, would it be doing our students a disservice in terms of all business students? Absolutely not. If they knew more Excel and could be better at modeling in Excel and thinking through a problem using Excel, not just data analysis, but really breaking down a problem and developing a solid model. When it comes to our information systems and business analytics students, I think we need to give them something more than that. And they need to know how analytics is practiced in the world today. So I think for us, it really just depends on what type of student we're dealing with.
Janet, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, so blanket across all of our business majors, the number one skill that employers all ask for is still Excel. For specific fields like MIS and data analytics, we're seeing more regarding sort of the statistical analysis suite of skills, which you could apply using any type of statistical package or R or Python. But when we ask employers in marketing, accounting, finance, economics, Excel is still a very substantial request and very, very high on employers' wish list for student skills. So kind of like Roger said, it's a matter of opinion, but I think we're still hearing a very large consensus from employers that Excel is still important. And our MBA students, that program is especially, the employers are very aggressive about telling us that these students really need to be able to crunch numbers and do things in Excel beyond just setting up a pretty spreadsheet. So matter of opinion, maybe discipline specific, but I think it's still a really important skill.
Awesome. Let me see if there were any other.
And apologies for jumping around. I just wanted to share the agenda again because a few people have been asking. Harper and I are trying to figure out how to post this in the WebEx page so everybody has access to a file for it. But if anybody wants to take a screenshot right now, if you don't have it, it's up on the screen.
Another question that came up was whether there was a recommendation for a data mining course for undergraduates that focuses on more business application and it's not too technical. Janet, can you speak to that one, or Peter, or any suggestions?
So I really like Chapter 8 in the Jogia book in general for teaching data mining, and while it is just one chapter, and it kind of goes over a lot of different data mining concepts at kind of a very high altitude, I'm not sure it could fill up an entire semester-long class, but it definitely you could definitely spend a month working on it. You could definitely use it for about a quarter of a class, and we don't have any, at the undergraduate level, we don't teach a specific data mining class, but we teach a lot of the foundational elements, setting up a last month focused primarily on Chapter 8 in the Jogia book. We do have a graduate level class that is pretty advanced and assumes that at that point students have developed a lot of programming capabilities in R, so it's definitely not a beginner, but I think there are good resources, and that one of the chapters in this text is one of those really good resources for a good beginner sort of first toe in the pool type experience with data mining.
Fantastic. Noelle, did you have any others? I think that we pretty much hit every question so far.
I have a few more technical ones around Python. Someone asked about anyone with experience using Orange. So I don't know if anyone wants to talk to that, or if anyone does have experience. Sorry, I'm scrolling. Oh, as well as Jupyter Notebook. So I think, Janet, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, have you used Jupyter Notebooks, or have students work with those in any of your classes, or anyone else have experience with that?
So we have some students use them as basically a place to save, store, and work collaboratively on code. We don't require it, but we do recommend it. Especially for our MIS students who are very interested in working in Python. We don't require students work in Python, but if they want to, that's a pretty easy sort of sandbox for them to keep and work collaboratively with their code.
Awesome. One other question that just came in was, someone says they've noticed data visualization combined with several different courses and different course topics. What's a good place to include in these types of programs, to include data visualization? Any recommendations from any of you, or where you, if any of you are including these? What kind of courses are you putting data visualization into?
can address that a little bit. Our intro courses, definitely you need to learn something about data visualization, and I like to start off with that, I think, because again, it's something students usually haven't seen. I think it's a essential skill at this point, information visualization. I think it's something that all are taking. I don't care what college or program they're in. We also teach a separate course on information visualization to go into more details. And we could probably teach 2 courses on information visualization. It's just important. It's a skill, it's a communication skill that students just do not understand that well. They don't know a good chart from a bad chart. They don't recognize when they're being fooled by a chart or how they could present something. And it could be misconstrued by people, either accidentally or on purpose. So yeah, I definitely think it needs to, any time you get into business analytics, even if you're just going to go through a statistics course at this point, you need to have some emphasis on visualization. I know it's hard because of time constraints, but it's a really important topic.
Do we feel like all of the questions here have been answered? I know you just added the last 2, Noelle, and we have about
I was hiding.
we have about 4 minutes left until break. So this has been a really great and interactive session. One of the questions, what do you look for in incoming students in statistics background to start their various programs? Is a question that just came in on the chat. And that sort of pertains to some of these.
Well, I'll jump in here. We have statistics as a requisite course, so they have to take a statistics class. And to kind of go back to the data visualization as well, I'll teach them in my program. I'll teach them the fundamentals, the concepts, and so they'll already have some statistics, and we'll start to do application. And then data visualization is a class all by itself. And so we will use all those concepts that Peter had mentioned.
Great. So Noelle, those last 2 questions that did you want to ask those, or I mean, we've got about 3 minutes left, so.
I know we don't have much time. I'd love to kind of, as a closing question for the panel, maybe get a quick 1-minute response from each of you. Where do you see the course going in the future? I think it's a big kind of unknown for a lot of people, so lots of conjecture around there. And I think a question that came up earlier was, you know, is there any consistency around, or kind of governing body, I guess, trying to make it more consistent around what's being taught? So where do you see the course growing, or how do you see going, or how do you see it growing? So we'll start with John and we'll move quickly. We'll go to Janet, then Roger, then Peter, if that works for you guys.
Sure. Well, COVID changes everything. And so I think we're going to see a lot of the data analytics or business analytics go into, or both of them, into healthcare field and into anything with production, anything in manufacturing, anything that requires that a company make a profit. I guess that's everything. So you'll probably see a lot more in that area, that arena.
Great, thanks. All right, Janet?
I think the only change we're going to see is more change, both in how we have to deliver these classes, what content we need to include in them. I know for us at WVU, we are launching a healthcare MBA in the fall, and suddenly the statistical methods class has become a healthcare data analytics class. So that's a fun one to sort of pull out of thin air, but overall, these classes are not classes you can develop and walk away from. They need constant care and feeding. You need to constantly be listening to feedback both from students, faculty in related classes, employers. I'm not sure we're ever going to find a good steady state place in business analytics classes. It's going to be exciting.
Thanks. All right, Roger?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think that the trend that we're seeing, or that I think I see, is the democratization of at least some level of business analytics. And Peter touched on this a little bit with regard to visualization, and some others have as well in terms of it's going everywhere. But everyone thinks that they can do it. And almost everyone can do some visualization, for example, and some descriptive analytics. And that's often what passes for analytics in the popular business press. Us on the inside, we know, well, there's a whole bigger side to analytics than that. But I think as the tools get easier and easier to use, Power BI and Tableau specifically, uh, it's going to be our role within the business schools to, and probably in the intro courses, you know, the business statistics courses, the MIS courses, and that sort of thing, helping students know good analytics, or at least helping students recognize bad analytics. They won't necessarily know how to do good analytics, but can they recognize bad analytics? I think that's a challenge that we face in we're looking at our business statistics course now, and it's a very standard undergraduate business statistics course, and it should be moving more in the analytics area.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, Peter.
Yeah, I think we'll continue to see growth in the area. You know, what direction that takes is guess. I do see our students needing, you know, again, business students are really across the university, liberal arts students even, we need to get back to quantitative skills. I think, at least from my perspective at Northeastern and other schools I've been at, that we seem to be taking away from basic problem solving and, you know, and visualization. That's something, yeah, it seems kind of new in some regards, but really it's something we just haven't been emphasizing recently. And I think we need to make sure our students have some basic understanding of what all this is. They don't have to learn it all, but yeah, to recognize, you know, bad from good, to if somebody presents them some data and said, hey, I did this analysis on this data, here you are, and you're the manager and you've got to make a decision using that data that this person gave you. You've got to know, all right, what did they do with it? Is this worth trusting? What questions do I need to ask to follow up or have them follow up on? So, you know, if we're training managers in a business school, they need to know what questions to ask, what is a good analysis from bad analysis. And that goes for everybody, not just somebody who's focusing on business analytics. So a little bit of basic skills across everybody. Let's beef up the quant a little bit, please. And those students who want to get deeper into it, they'll go deeper into it. If we keep offering the courses, I think we'll see the demand for it go up.
Wonderful. Thank you. We've gotten some additional really great questions in the chat. Please know we're going to follow up with those afterwards. It is time for our official morning break, so enjoy a coffee and donut if you can. Thank you very much to our panelists, John and Janet, Roger and Peter. We really, really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us and share your experiences. We will be back. Harper, anything else to add before we break quickly?
No, nothing to add except for thank you so much, panelists. Appreciate it. And the fact that we will be sending out a much more formal FAQ so that we can finalize it, make sure that everyone feels good that their questions were answered. And we look forward to seeing you soon. And I am not going to eat a donut because I don't need a donut. But we will see you all soon. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Everyone's on mute. Hi, Allison.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, 4 minutes to take off.
Apologies in advance. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for just a minute and I will be back. I'm trying to reconfigure some new setup, so bear with me.
Well, I did not move over to the host side, so we're in the same boat, but I think I could see chat. I found a way to see the chat too.
Okay, and I'm setting up additional screens, so I should be better after this. So
Okay. And by the way, we can fix this recording after the fact by having them, when they move it over to YouTube, they'll delete out these lovely sessions of conversations.
perfect. I just changed Kevin to the presenter. I think it's taking a second, but it should be switching over. So Kevin, if you want to get, once you have privileges, you can get slides set up. Awesome.
How does that look? Great. Looks good. Okay.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So I need to be able to switch back and forth. Does this look okay? Looks good. Okay.
Kevin is looking great.
Okay. All right. I'll leave this on then.
Perfect.
Okay, it's 11:30. Are we going to get started? You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you, Harper.
Great. Okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm very excited about the next session and would like to introduce our esteemed author team. In January, they released a first edition of Business Analytics Communicating with Numbers. I affectionately refer to this title as The New Face in Business Analytics. Welcome to our authors, Sanjeev Jagia, Allison Kelly, Kevin Leverchara, and Leda Chen. McGraw-Hill is extremely excited to have this team present to you and talk about how experiential learning opportunities have been proven effective in teaching applied and complex subjects such as business analytics. During the session, they'll demonstrate how the philosophy of the cross-industry standard process for data mining, CRISP-DM framework, can be infused into the teaching of business analytics and how they have extended that discussion to highlight the key features of their new textbook, which incorporates the CRISP-DM process in its content and pedagogical design. The authors will also show how they use these features to teach in an online environment. And with that said, I am going to let you take it away. Kevin?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Harper. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending our presentation. As Harper mentioned, in this presentation, we will first share our experience teaching business analytics using experiential learning through a term-long project that simulates real-life analytics, and talk about how we infuse the CRISP-DM framework in the process. So while there are a lot of different definitions out there on business analytics, the version of the definition that we subscribe to when teaching this subject is that business analytics is the scientific process of transforming data into insights for the purpose of making better decisions. So over the last few years, many universities have created new courses and programs to provide analytics education. But at the same time, we are also seeing some serious limitations in how they are implemented. First, most of these analytics courses are still being taught in the traditional way that business statistics courses are being taught, which is to focus heavily on the modeling phase without providing students with a comprehensive understanding of the entire process of going from data to insights as described in the definition of business analytics. Second, most of the analytics programs tend to emphasize technical skill sets such as programming, but also at the same time tend to overlook other important aspects such as business problem formulation and storytelling. So as a result, students are often ill-equipped to deal with real-life data and analytics projects. Through our experience teaching analytics over many years collectively, we have found that experiential learning approach tend to be the most effective for teaching applied and complex subjects such as business analytics. And to provide students with some structure in their learning, we also decide to infuse a widely accepted industry standard called a CRISP-DM in our pedagogy. So what is CRISP-DM? Next slide, please. So CRISP-DM stands for Cross-Industry Standard Process for Data Mining. It was created by 6 companies jointly in the analytics space to help project teams navigate through complex data mining projects. So as the diagram in this slide shows, CRISP-DM is an iterative process that includes 6 phases: business understanding, data preparation, modeling, evaluation, and deployment. And the detailed tasks and deliverables are also defined for each of the phases. Next slide, please. So in our analytics classes, we try to simulate real-life analytics through term-long projects with real data. And the data sets and the unique business problems that we use in these classes come from real companies, but also we want to point you to a large data set that is publicly available in case you are interested in replicating our experience in your class. The publicly available data set is the ERIM data set, which was made available by University of Chicago's Booth School of Business. So here's the link to the data set on the slide. Essentially, the data set contains data about over 3,000 households in 2 Midwestern cities and their purchases in a number of product categories over a period of 3 years. So the data set is relatively large and messy, which imitates the kind of real-life data students will get when they go to work. The instructor can scope the project in any way he or she wants. For example, you can assign each project team to focus on one product category, or assign the same product categories to all teams and let them compete for the best insights. For students with different technical background, you may also choose to provide them with different versions of the data set with different degrees of messiness. So for example, we have a relatively clean version of the data set that we can share with you for students who are less technically inclined. Next slide, please. So we use the CRISP-DM process to help guide students throughout the complex project. To make the CRISP-DM process more conducive to the educational setting, we have developed some learning objectives to go with each phase, as you've seen, as you can see on this slide. The project starts with business understanding, which requires the team to identify key business questions to ask that might lead to actionable business strategies. And during this phase, we try to impress upon students the general differences between supervised and unsupervised data analysis to help them develop interesting business questions. The second phase, data understanding, requires students' teams to understand the data from the business perspective. Through the use of summary statistics and visualization, student teams will identify relevant variables and understand the data quality issues that may exist in the data set. The data preparation phase is a technical phase where students develop a comprehensive plan for data wrangling, cleaning, reduction, and transformation to prepare the data for subsequent analysis. And students are encouraged to transform existing variables into new variables that may help to bring the information out of the data set. And the fourth phase, modeling, is usually where the fun is, and the student teams will develop various descriptive, predictive, and sometimes prescriptive models and assess model performance. During this phase, students will get to understand the strengths and the weaknesses of various modeling techniques, and also learn to select models based on their predictive performance instead of the goodness of fit measures that they are often taught in the business statistics class. And then during the evaluation phase, the student teams will put on their business hats again to evaluate whether their project or the analysis has achieved the business objectives they set out during the first phase. And the students are encouraged to interview industry experts to help them develop compelling data stories that would lead to actionable business strategies. And finally, because the actual deployment of the strategy would be difficult in an educational setting, we ask students to focus on storytelling skills, to communicate findings to stakeholders using non-technical language and enticing data visualization. At the end of the project, the student will reflect on their experience so that it will better help them apply the learning to future projects. So as you can see, throughout the process, business analytics is not a trivial process. It requires a wide range of technical and non-technical skills. It also requires the project teams to switch back and forth between wearing a business hat and also wearing a technical hat. Right? So to end up with a successful project, the student teams must understand the interplays between the different phases of the CRISP-DM process and also the iterative nature of this process. So Harper will distribute a teaching paper that we wrote about this project, and it provides a lot more information that the kind of information I talked about during the presentation in much great detail, so that you can review it and decide if this approach is right for your class. But from our experience, we found that CRISP-DM is very variable for enhancing student learning and knowledge retention in business analytics classes. And the CRISP-DM approach not only can be used to structure a complex analytics project, but it also can be used to structure an entire course in business analytics. So now I'm going to hand over to Alison to talk about some of the key features of CRISP-DM that we have integrated in our business analytics textbook.
So DM methodology. For instance, the business understanding, every chapter starts with an introductory case where the relevant business problem is introduced, and every chapter ends with a writing with big data section where another business problem is introduced and the CRISP is applied. phase of the CRISP-DM method deals with data preparation and understanding. And our text has a standalone chapter on data wrangling, as well as a chapter on data visualization and summary measures. I'll talk a little bit about in a future slide. Deals with modeling, and in chapters 6 through 12, we do predictive analytics, and chapter 13 is devoted to prescriptive analytics. Finally, with evaluation and storytelling, the techniques described in the chapter are applied to the introductory case as well as the writing with big data section. And every introductory case ends with a small writing sample, which we call a synopsis. And every writing with big data section has a slightly longer writing sample, say a couple of pages. But again, where we have we're now not just chugging and evaluating the specific business problem. Next slide, please. So we focus on communicating and storytelling in every chapter. As I mentioned, every chapter starts with an introductory case, which we think are relatable cases. That is, we thread the case throughout the chapter. After we answer the questions from the case, we provide the short written report, which we call synopsis. And here we communicate the findings in technical terms. As I mentioned, then in the last section of every chapter, we have a writing with big data section. And here we use big data sets that we have compiled to introduce another big problem. And here, again, we use the techniques introduced in the chapter to solve the business problem relating to the big data case. And our report is now in a couple of rather than just. We have found that it is important for students to see how to correctly present tables and graphs, and that's what we try to do in this section as well. Next slide, Kevin. So here's an example of, at least on the left side of the slide, is an example of our introductory case in chapter 9, where we deal with supervised data mining. And in this particular case, it deals with the manager of a gym who has just hosted an open house for potential gym members. And the manager wants to develop a data-driven strategy for selecting which new open house attendees she should contact. So as you can see on the left side of the slide, we introduce the case, we show a portion of the data, and we outline the questions that we're going to be answering throughout the chapter. On the right side of the slide, we show a little bit of what I'll talk about a little bit later about some of the output, either from R or Excel, that we'll see. But I did want to show you what a typical synopsis looks like, and that is at the bottom of the slide here. And as you can see, it's no numbers here. It's just trying to explain in non-technical terms the solution to the business problem. Next. Technique that we show in the chapter, we supply both Excel, sometimes with the add-in analytic solver, and our instructions. And as I saw in the panels, in the panel that was this morning, there are a lot of different softwares that people have chosen to use. We picked these two based on reviewer feedback. In addition to these instructions within the chapter, we also have two appendices, one getting started with Excel, one getting started with R. And we have found, and the feedback has been that people find that Analytics Solver works very well with Excel. but also people wanted to see R because it's open source, and it's very popular. Please. As I mentioned earlier, we have a dedicated chapter on data wrangling, and we have this chapter appear very early in the text. It's actually on chapter 2. In the beginning of this chapter, we provide an overview on key concepts related to data management, but the majority of the chapter is devoted on just converting data into a more useful or manageable format. For instance, we talk about binning and subsetting data, how to treat missing values and outliers, transforming numerical variables into categorical variables, or using mathematical transformations on numerical variables. We talk about transforming categorical variables into dummy variables, or creating category scores. And we also talk about category reduction in this chapter. Next slide, please. Here is our first example from chapter 2, where we talk about a firm that matches independent workers for short-term employment. We first examine missing observations in the data set. Then we use counting and sorting rules in Excel and R to extract useful information from the data, such as how many workers are in the automotive industry, how many workers earn more than $30 an hour, or how many workers work in the automotive industry and earn more than $30 an hour. Next slide, please. We also have an emphasis in this textbook on data mining. In addition to the 2 chapters on linear and logistic regression and a chapter on forecasting, we have chapters on data mining. In chapter 8 is our introduction to data mining. In chapters 9 and 10, we deal with supervised data mining. And finally, in chapter 11, there is, this is where we have unsupervised data mining. There are over 200 exercises in these 4 exclusive chapters alone. But we also learned from writing our statistics text that we needed to develop ancillaries, especially Connect, as we were writing the text, not just as an afterthought. So for those of you who aren't familiar with McGraw-Hill's Connect, it will be discussed later, but it's basically an online homework management system. And we have been very involved in the development of Connect for this textbook. We have provided templates for every Connect problem, and we have also provided guidance with tolerances and rounding rules. I should also note that this text was built from the ground up. And what I mean by that is we resisted the temptation to just append a chapter on data mining to our statistics text. But what this provided us with was the feedback from over 700 reviewers as we were writing this textbook. Next slide, please, Kevin. So as we saw from the panel this morning, and as we have found, business analytics courses are taught in a number of different ways with different focuses. And on this slide, we have just provided a few suggestions as to how the textbook can be used depending on a program's emphasis. It can be used very easily as a one-term textbook, where it can be more of a business statistics books with a little bit of an analytics flavor. This is one of the first checks that we have on this slide. But it can also be used more as a holistic approach to business analytics. And I think Kevin will talk more about that in the next few slides, because this is the way he has been using it. But it could easily be used as a two-term textbook, as we show in the latter part of this slide. I'm going to turn this back over now to Kevin, where he's going to discuss how he's been, especially most recently, in his online teaching.
Thank you, Alison. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Lerwachra, and I would like to share with you some of the things that I have been using for my online class this quarter. Leda, who spoke earlier, and I have been using our book to teach online classes this quarter. And like what Alison mentioned, we follow the holistic approach to analytics. And these are the chapters that we cover in our class right now. And one of our other co-authors, Sanjeev Jakia, is developing a similar class for online instruction for the summer quarter. And for that class, he follows the business statistics with analytics flavor. So you can see the chapters that we use slightly differently, but the online methodology for both classes is the same. So in the next few slides, I would like to show you some of the things that work well for us. And so this is my class, an undergraduate course for business students. And I set up my course on Canvas with both asynchronous and synchronous components. And students are required to read a chapter and watch our recorded lectures. And then they have to take a quiz before they attend a bi-weekly synchronous meeting on Zoom. And let me show you a little bit of what we did on Canvas. So here's how I set up my course. So everything that students need is listed on Canvas. And because I meet on synchronous meetings on Zoom twice a week, so I set up one section per Zoom meeting. And then before they come to each meeting on Zoom, they have an expectation that they need to read certain sections in the book, watch the video, and then take a quiz. And these quizzes count toward their final grade. So they have to do all these before they come to the synchronous meetings on Zoom. And because they do the work ahead of time, and in our chapters, like what Alison mentioned, we provide detailed software instruction for students. And so because of that, during the synchronous meetings, I can spend more time on coaching them on more advanced techniques and also troubleshooting any issues that they might have. So I spend less time repeating the instructions during the Zoom meeting. And also because, like what Alison mentioned, each introductory case is provided with interpretation of the results already, and students were supposed to read them before each class meeting. So during the Zoom meeting, we can spend more time discussing deeper analysis and other scenarios of the business problems instead of having to go through the basic interpretation of the results all over again. So those are the things, some of the things that I have used. And most of the asynchronous tools that we use on our website, on our course website, are provided by McGraw. And these tools include electronic book or smart book. And there's a mobile app called Read Anywhere app that students can use to read the electronic book on their phone. And we also use a lot of Connect problems for our class. Leda and I also recorded a number of lectures that are based on concepts and examples that we use in our textbook. And here I would like to show a few short video clips of what we have done for the recorded lectures. The first one is going to go along with the example from chapter 2 that Alison just talked about. This is a data set from a company that tries to match independent workers with job assignments. And here is a video clip where Leda is teaching students how to use what-if statements to find the employees with a certain skill. I'm going to play just a few seconds.
Let's look at how we can count the number of employees in each industry. In order to do that, we need to use the COUNT-IF function because we are introducing a criteria to the COUNT function. So if we want to find out how many employees work in the automotive industry, what we can do is find an empty cell, enter the function equal to count if, open parenthesis, enter the range of cells with the value for the industry, which is C2 to C605, comma, and then you enter the criteria within double quotes, equal to automotive, double quote, close parenthesis, and press enter. This gives you the answer, 190. So this shows that out of the 604 employees, 190 of them worked in the automotive industry. Similarly, if we want to find out how many employees make more than $30 per hour, we can use the COUNT-IF function for another empty cell.
Okay. That's the first example. And like what Alison mentioned, we have two sets of software instructions, one for Excel, the other one for R and RStudio. So I'll show you another example on RStudio where Leda is teaching students how to do the same thing, but now using the R code.
Now, to count the number of employees who worked in the automotive industry, or the employees who earn more than $30 per hour, we can use the same strategy. We can use the function length, and then the function which. Okay. And for the which function, we're going to put in my data $industry equal, but this time we are putting a double equal sign, which is also called the equality operator. And this is used to check whether the industry is automotive or not. So, and the single quote, automotive. When I run this script, this will show me that 190 employees work in the automotive industry. So if I want to find out how many employees who are paid more than $30 an hour, I can use the same strategy, length, which my data $.
So those are two examples I'd like to show you of what we have done for our recorded lectures that have worked well for us because we require students to watch them before they come to the synchronous meetings with us twice a week. And I point out that like what Harper Noel the message to all of you that all the data sets and the software instructions for our book are available online, and you can make those resources available to students for additional practice and information to them. And my co-authors and I are more than happy to share any of our course materials with you. So if you would like a copy of our syllabus or recorded lectures or class handouts or class notes, please let Harper or Noel know, and we'll send those to you. One of the things that I like about McGraw-Hill's Connect is that it has many features that allow me to control the homework assignment on their website. For example, I can set how much time my students have to complete the homework assignment, and how many attempts they can try, and whether or not I choose to take points off for each attempt. And then at the end, I can produce a report to look at how students are doing from one assignment to another. So those are a nice set of tools to make life a lot easier for us as instructors. And I'd like to say a few more things about McGraw Hill's Connect as well. And I think Allison mentioned this earlier, that our textbook was written from the ground up. And we also have been working very closely with the McGraw Hill team to write and develop these exercise problems. So we have McGraw Hill's Connect in mind since the beginning, whenever we write any exercise problem. And for example, because we know that there are differences between analytic solver in Excel and R. So whenever appropriate, we develop two different sets of questions, one set for Excel and the other set for R, so that the exercise problems can work for whichever software that you choose to use in your class. And even for small things like when we realize that students sometimes round the numbers during the intermediate calculation steps, and then their final answer may not match with the solution on Connect. So we built in some upper and lower limits to our solution in the system so that it will not flag the student as being incorrect. So it will account for some rounding differences in the system. And McGraw Hill also has a type of exercise problems called algorithmic exercises. For example, each version of our exercise problem would be different. They might have a different data set. They might have a different cutoff value or some differences in other parameters. So when you assign, say, problem 12 to students to complete, each student would get a different version of that problem 12, so that their answer will not be the same. So these are the types of tools that make it a lot easier for us and help reduce the cheating and also problems with academic dishonesty. So those are the things that I like to share with you, and these are what we have been using for our class this quarter and have worked well for us. I think the last slide we have is to welcome any comments or questions or suggestions that you might have, and Noel and Harper can facilitate this part.
Hi, I'm Sanjeev Jagia, and I would like to take on some of the questions that have been asked in the chat. The first question is whether the book is more appropriate for the undergraduate or graduate level courses. I can tell you just from our experience, Leda and Kevin are currently teaching this book in an undergraduate program, and it's a specific course in data mining for which they find this book quite appropriate. And both Allison and I have been teaching statistics for several years, and I teach statistics in the MBA program, which I have done for, again, several decades. And what I'm doing differently right now is that even though it is still the same statistics course, but I'm giving it a very different flavor. I don't think a traditional course had anything to do with data wrangling, just data preparation in general. That is something I spend now a fair bit of time in my MBA class. And even when I give them regular data sets for running a regression, I always ensure that they have to do some manipulation of the data before they get to the main methodology. And we've always run regression models in MBA courses But now I still do the same thing, except I bring in cross-validation. So as I said, the whole idea is to teach statistics, but with a little bit of an analytics flavor. So this is an MBA course. And when I teach them logistic regression, earlier we used to only talk about accuracy, but now, I show them the entire confusion matrix and tell them how the cutoff or the threshold values can change how you make your predictions. So then there was another question regarding whether this can be the first course in the MBA program, and the answer is yes. That's exactly what I am doing. I'm teaching the first level MBA course in the first semester of the MBA program. And Leda Chen, who also teaches in the MBA program, teaches another course, which is a course on data mining. It's an optional course for our MBA students, where they have already taken the first course in statistics/analytics flavor, but now they want to learn a little bit more about predictive analytics. And so they take the second part with Leda, who has also been using the material from our book. And the book came out only in January, but we've been kind of using the same material that we were preparing for the last year and a half. And this coming summer, as Kevin mentioned, I will be using business statistics with an analytics flavor in an online setup, using pretty much the methodology that Kevin and Leda are following in their undergraduate course. But I'll be doing in the MBA program. There's another question I would like to take on before I have my co-authors take on some other questions. It's a very philosophical question. It says, how can analytics be truly across the curriculum rather than just additional programs? This is a discussion I think that's taking place in several universities. I know in our university, we have had this discussion, in the economics area, that's where I am from, in the MIS where Kevin and Leda are from. And then I know this discussion is also happening in marketing, and it's happening with people in human resource departments. So it's the same discussion is taking place in different departments across the university. Should analytics be a separate standalone concept, or is it something that should be infused with everything else we learn in business? I can tell you that in my course in econometrics, I don't think I ever talked about data preparation. But now when I teach that course, I do bring in some data preparation. Yes, the answer is that ideally, this is where we are headed, that we should have some analytics in pretty much everything we do in economics, everything we do in business. My daughter goes to Berkeley, and she tells me that they have a new department now called data science. And that is basically open to every college on campus. So you could be an engineering major and take courses in data science, or you could be a business major or a philosophy major or a communication major. So the whole idea is to bring it in every curricula that you have. And there was one other question that I'll take on before I have my co-authors take on more questions. It's about, can this book be used in a community college? I don't know, but I know one thing for a fact, and I think Noel and Ken Harper can maybe add in more information, that there are some people who are beta testing the book in community college as we speak.
Yes, this is Noelle, and I'll chime in. So John Branner, who was on our panel earlier, has been using the book for the last semester at Cape Fear Community College. We also have some other instructors at other community colleges who have been using the book, really enjoying it. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but we've been hearing really positive feedback on it. So yes, we certainly are seeing it at the community college level.
That's what I was going to say.
There was a question regarding posting the link for the data set in our CRISP DM approach. And I think Leda has already done that.
There's one question that came up a couple of times, and I just want to make sure that the authors see this. A question about the content of the quizzes. So are students solving stats problems? Is it vocabulary based? I'll let you guys answer that, and then if needed, I can speak a little bit to the content that's in Connect, but I know Leda and Kevin especially, you guys are really familiar with that, so I'll turn it over.
Yeah, I can answer that. It varies from one chapter to another, depending on the topic. So it's a combination of both terminology and also problem-solving type of questions. So for example, my students are doing chapter 6 on linear regression right now. So they need to know both terminology and also how to use R to run the analysis. And also they need to be able to tell me how to interpret the results. So it's all of the above included.
I would just like to chime in about R. I remember when I started using R, I think it might have been about 3 years ago. I wasn't sure how our students would take to it. So now I have been using R in pretty much every course I teach. And I'm quite impressed how students have taken to it. And every semester or every quarter actually Cal Poly, we have quarters. Every quarter, I have a few students tell me, hey, professor, why did you even start us on Excel for such a long time? You know, we found R quite friendly and easy to use. Once they get the basic idea how to import the data set, you know, what the basic commands in R are. In fact, it's a lot easier than you would think. I'm just speaking to those who have not used R.
Yeah, I can speak to that as well. Some of my students have some anxiety about learning the programming language like R, but if we break it down to them, and I usually tell students that this is like writing formula and function in Excel. It could become a bit complicated, but if you get used to that, it's not much more complicated than using Excel and write formula and functions in Microsoft Excel. So over time, they get used to it and they like to work in the R Studio environment more.
Yeah, I just want to interject here a little bit. So I usually tell students that it's usually a trade-off between the ease of use and flexibility. And also you probably want to use different tools, want to be exposed to different tools when it comes to business analytics, depending on the situation, how fast you need the result, and also what kind of data sets you are dealing with. For example, with Excel and the analytics solver, you can do some very quick and dirty analysis very quickly without much preparation of the data. But when you are dealing with a very messy data set, in the large data set, then that's where tools like R and Python become very useful. So that's why we want to expose to students to a number of different tools, so they have the tool set to deal with different situations. And also one thing we try to do in this book is we want to make sure that they can get to the final goal, the final result, without spending too much time on learning programming. We want to get them to the result in a straight line, and so they are not focusing on programming, but more on understanding how the analytics techniques can be applied.
I think it's almost 12:15. I'd just like to thank everybody for attending this summit.
Thank you all so much. I know that there are additional questions. We will follow up with answers to as many of these as possible. We'll post them. If there's anything really pertinent, I'll post a response in the chat. And hang on, I'm going to steal the presentation ball and I'm just going to put up. We have a break now for lunch, so anybody on the Eastern side of things in the Eastern time zone will be ready for lunchtime. The rest of us will have to have a nice snack. Hang on. And of course, I'm not sharing the right slide. My apologies. Forgive my clicks. Harper, can you confirm, am I sharing the lunch slide?
You're sharing your notes slide as well.
Oh, fabulous. All right, I'll fix it.
Maybe put it in presentation mode. Is that possible?
I know, I have too many screens, that's why. It jumped to the wrong screen. All right, but we do have a break now until 1 o'clock Eastern, correct?
Yes, you got it.
Thank you.
And at 1 o'clock, we'll be back to have a presentation by one of our employers who is very interested in business analytics as it applies to his employees. So that should be a good one. Thank you so much to the author team.
Yes, thank you so much. This was really great. All right, we'll see everybody back here shortly.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for having us. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, everyone, it is 1 o'clock. Hello and welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch break and had something healthy and delicious. So our next session is an exciting one and relates back to one of the reasons business analytics programs are exploding. Employers are in need of business analytics professionals. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rory McLeod, Senior Manager, Insight, Corporate Strategy, and Innovation at Bose. Rory will address the types of problems Bose needs to solve as it relates to the analytics needed in undergraduate and graduate business analytics programs. And with that said, Rory, take it away.
Thanks very much, Harper. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone, wherever you may be. It's a pleasure having the opportunity to talk to everyone today and talk about how we solve problems at Bose and use analytics. There are, of course, some problems that we can't necessarily solve and anticipate if we're sitting all in our homes in isolation, which makes me think, yeah, I can talk about my reflection on working for Bose. I've been there for 14 years up until March, and then about 7 years since then, as we all learn how to work in a different world. So this afternoon, I'm going to go through how we at Bose are building our analytics capacity, what we look for in analysts. But before I tell you anything about career readiness and employability at Bose, you need to know something about Bose, something about the organization that I work for, the work we do, and then how we select people and how to succeed. But I am going to start with the topic of why the discipline exists. The discipline exists in either case. Either path to bankruptcy generally starts with not anticipating a change before it comes, or not seeing and responding to it once it comes. And for Bose, these existential questions and problems tend to look like a question like this. And I'll give you a second to address that. But this is essentially our speaker business now. And if that wasn't bad enough, our other large business, consumer business, this is our headphones business. So in the speaker business, we are now up against tech giants who have flooded the market with products, and they don't care about making a profit. On the other hand, in our headphones business, Apple has come out with some pretty awesome products, and effortlessly, they seamlessly connect to Apple phones, and a lot of people like them. The fastest growing part of the headphone business is what we call the truly wireless in-ear. And between Apple and Beats, which Apple owns, they own 90% of that market. So the business of the analytics function at Bose is to help mitigate market risk, to inform business decisions that way. We face competitors who are very good. They're very smart at taking actions. We're facing new entrants to markets. We're facing shifting consumer preferences that sort of make people value one thing over another. And as we look for new markets, we need to understand where the opportunity is there. And so we are more important than ever, I like to think, into the Bose business success. And the people that you will be training will be important to our future. So as a bit of background, Bose Corporation has a long history. We were founded by Dr. Amar Bose back in the 60s. He was an engineering professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He had a passion for making something better and different, and building a company that operates in a different way. And although he passed on almost 10 years ago. The ethos that he imbued in founding the company drives us to this day. We're still headquartered in Framingham, Massachusetts. We still do very well. But what makes us different is our focus on long-term growth. And we can do this because we're privately held. We are not beholden to the stock market and to quarterly reports. We are actually, our financial control has shifted from Dr. Bose to a special purpose trust that controls the company with financial control vested with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So we will remain a private company dedicated to working differently and playing for the long run for as long as we remain financially viable. And we succeed by being different. I think this sentence, when they zig, we zag, was a catchphrase of our founder. We believe that better never quits, and that a better experience is not an end point, but an ongoing effort to come up with something different and better than anyone could have imagined, and to do so in ways that challenge the norm. Be different, challenge conventions. This has been imbued in the company since its foundation. We are a very engineering-led culture, and that culture sort of infects, if you want, the entire corporation. And we built a history of innovation across a range of product areas. But no matter where we're doing business, we're driven by sort of a focus on the customer experience, doing something better and different for our customers, and a sometimes chaotic belief that anything is possible, which sometimes leads us to do crazy things, but has been very successful to date. So we currently have a product portfolio of over 400 different products that meet a range of audio solutions. I talked to our main business areas at the beginning about our headphones. Our next generation, the personal audio products, our headphones will continue, but we've also developed a line of audio frames. We are actually the third largest by revenue sunglasses brand in the United States. And we have some amazing technology that gives you a superb listening experience without plugging your ears, but not interfering with what somebody else is doing. On the speaker side, where we have a long legacy, our home theater business is sort of an enduring category for us. Our speaker business, although we're challenged by the likes of Amazon and Google, still continues to do reasonably well. As we have grown over the years, we have branched into sort of a couple of different spaces. At the end of this top line, we've got our Sleep Buds business, and then below that our Hear business, where we're starting to move into consumer health and wellness businesses and using some of the technologies that we have to deliver experiences that will help make people's lives better in ways other than giving them an enjoyable audio experience. Which is not to say audio isn't a really important thing, because we've got sort of other parts of the business in our professional systems for installations into businesses, restaurants, concert halls, houses of worship, and services for musicians. We've recently created a conferencing product line. I suppose in retrospect, launching that product line in March, just as people disappeared from conference rooms, is probably not the greatest time to do it, but you roll with the punches. We also have a business in providing headsets for aviators. Again, currently that product's not doing that product line, challenging situations, but we also make products for the military based on that platform. And then our automotive systems. We we were the company that invented the whole idea of branded premium audio as standard equipment in cars. Since then, it's now become so something that you expect when you go up a trim line. You get offered the premium audio package from a well-known brand. We invented that business, and we always have a need to invent new businesses, and that is what the organization that I'm a part of deals with. I work in the corporate strategy and innovation area, which is the mix between an internal consultancy and a technical incubator and a new venture capital arm. This is where our corporate strategy organization sits. Corporate insights sits. We have an incubation unit where businesses that, if you want, don't yet exist. They start off there. This is where our conferencing business started. This is where our sleep business started. This is where our hearing assistance business started. Our incubation unit partners with our corporate development and ventures organization. So in a break from history, well, I guess there are a number of breaks from history. So Bose is known as being a somewhat conservative company. For all of our innovation, do something differently, but we have a history of, we want to build it here, we want to do it ourselves. As a privately held company, we don't necessarily share well, we don't play well with the other kids in the sandbox often. A couple of years ago, I wouldn't have even been talking to you. We just didn't go out and engage with people outside of our walls. Our corp dev group and ventures takes it one step further, where we're not entirely reliant on innovation we come up with ourselves anymore. We have a venture capital arm which provides seed funding in technology areas that we're not building ourselves, but we see as will be useful to us down the line, or sometimes we will acquire technologies. Our hearing business started off with a partnership formed that way. We are also within this group, our corporate research centers, which is where the engineering advances that we do in-house, that happens in that group. And then the corporate concept group so brings these new visions to life as an early stage. And so all of these organizations work together to, well, on the strategy and insights side, keep the current business humming along while helping to build the next business. And then the rest of the organization is really focused on building the next business. And so collectively, we all need to understand what's going on in the world and plan and react to that, which is where insights comes in. Because we've got a really broad mandate. We generally speak in terms of protecting the core, so the businesses that exist now, and change the world with new businesses. And our business thinking is borrowed from McKinsey, where they have their Horizon 1, Horizon 2, Horizon 3 paradigm. Our Horizon 1 businesses are the ones that already operate at scale. And our mission there is to sustain them, keep them relevant, keep that, because that's where the money comes from that pays for everything else. Horizon 2 are businesses that we need to scale, that this is going to be, if Horizon 1 pays the current bills, Horizon 2 is going to pay my pension. We need to sort of get them up scale, and that's where the next major line of income will come. And then Horizon 3 is where we create new businesses. And the corporate insights function that I'm a part of, we work across all three of these horizons. And within the function, we have sort of 6 discrete discipline groups. Our consumer insights function, our data science function, which our quantitative consumer insights function. This is where we go out and capture. We do survey data. We do segmentation modeling. We do choice modeling. We go and design data requirements, collect them, and use that to solve problems. our data science organization takes the data coming in from our connected products. So a lot of like smart speakers and wireless streaming speakers and even headphones nowadays and anything with an app associated with it produce a lot of information. And we use that to understand how people are using it, we understand what works, what doesn't, and mine that for value. So that some of that takes place within our group. At the top of the circle, our market analytics group looks at the evolving markets, does our forecasting and the like. I'm calling out these three groups first of all because that's the part of the organization that I manage. There are other very important parts of the organization that are valuable to have. We have a competitive intelligence group, which looks at the actions of competitors, tries to infer the strategic intent. So what's going to happen? This is where our sort of wargaming takes place, our understanding of what the competitive landscape is likely to be in the future. They're tied with a technical competitive intelligence team that looks to understand the technologies that our competitors are building into their current products. So I mean, if it takes us $10 of a part to do something and our competitors can do it for $5, we want to know. And then we have a team of business strategists who support sort of our strategy leadership as sort of an internal consultancy. And so we all work together to try to deliver best-in-class insights across all the business areas and across all the horizons. And it's a pretty challenging environment to work in. Nobody ever has enough time or resources. Nobody ever does. And if all of a sudden we had more to do than we had people to do it, I would start worrying. But we are not alone in all of this. So in CS&I Insights organization is part of a distributed insights function across the corporation. And we work collaboratively with teams in other parts of the organization to solve problems efficiently and to make sure that silos don't exist and that the company is, no matter where you are in the company, you are able to leverage best-in-class insights regardless of where the group that does them sits. So then to focus in on the teams that are sort of most relevant to, I think, this conversation are the market and data analytics teams that I lead. Here we look at three general kinds of questions, like understanding the market opportunity, understanding how we address the customer needs, and tracking how well we're doing. And this is typical of the kinds of work that we do in each of these things. And each area has its own unique challenges. So that if we're looking at new markets, often the first question is, well, where do you get the data? How do you define the opportunity in a market that doesn't exist? And often we will be looking at an opportunity long before anybody's there. And even when we launch, so we launched our hearing and sleep products into a market where there were no competitors. It was sort of a test and learn approach. But aside from our own sales metrics, there wasn't really any opportunity. It wasn't immediately obvious how you would go and understand how do you combine all the alternatives that people are using now, and look at the opportunity in a way which is comparable to the detailed understanding that we have when we look at the evolution of our existing markets. Now, you talk about the evolution of existing markets, I'm sure everyone would agree that predicting the future is hard. So this is where we need to keep our tool set up to date. But it is a challenge, particularly when there's a discontinuity introduced into the market, where our data and our tool set and our workflow isn't necessarily aligned to well to meet. So in the last little while, the corporate leadership has been wanting weekly updates on what's going on in the market, so we can understand where how we're doing compared to our competitors. Because we know what's happening to our sales. Are we just suffering along with everybody else, or are we suffering something special? So that sort of takes a very sort of agile figure. How do you solve this problem when the main data reporting that we get isn't geared to this cadence? And then the problems we have in understanding the customer needs. This is where we mine we both mine customer reviews, but we also look at sort of the analysis of the patterns of product introductions and featuring that other companies do. So for example, we tend to have a long time between product launches, but each product is fundamentally is a quantum improvement over the one before, whereas our competitors have shifted more to more rapid refreshes and incremental changes. Sort of understanding how that operates and is this something we should consider, sort of comes through the analysis of the market, and it gets our product leadership to think differently about how often we refresh our product lines, how do we manage our portfolios. There's really a lot we can learn from the market, which is good because it keeps us all employed. And our strategy process is tightly integrated with insights, and that sort of like drives the underlying approach that we have to the insights and why we sit where we do. We consider it a best practice to have the main insights function organizationally integrated with the main strategy organization. This enables us to focus on the most important problems that the company faces and get the most out of the resources we have available. Sometimes it means that the line businesses that we support are unhappy that they don't get all the love and attention they feel they deserve, but the corporation looks to us to make judgments on what is the most important way to spend the money that they entrust with us. And the insights function is really most involved at the beginning of the strategy process with the situation analysis and defining the choices. So this is where, if you want here, we're looking at convergence. What are all the options we have? And then divergence. Let's narrow down to the choices that we have and go into implementation. Once you get into the other parts of the strategy, that's where it goes into implementation, and to be quite honest, where sometimes our stakeholders in the business units could do with a little bit more love from us. So, as I said, our position and strategy puts a focus on a lens on how we do our work. I don't know that I can fully articulate this difference between the traditional analyst and a strategy focus, but the best effort that I've been able to come up with is sort of laying down the rules of thumb that I used to give people in other scenarios, in other contexts and organizations. Trying to give you look at telling a story with data is you do the what, to do the so what, you do the what next kind of approach. And in strategy, we're framing it a prescription, a diagnosis, and a prescription. And it's both sort of a highly nuanced change in the wording, but it comes to more of the point of view that get expressed. So it goes beyond making a recommendation to telling parts of the business what they should be doing. And this is a really hard thing for analysts to do. Analysts, this is not a space that they feel comfortable in. And a lot of what we're doing is pushing our analysts into very uncomfortable spaces. And the further we get from the core and from the present, the more uncomfortable they become, because the weaker the signals become. And for the last 5 years, I've been working closely with our competitive intelligence group as they built up a new to Bose capability. As I said, once upon a time, we really didn't spend a whole lot of time and attention focusing on what the rest of the world was doing. We didn't want to be influenced. We wanted to do something that was new and different and clearly better, and so we were focused on ourselves. The world has changed, we have changed, and so one of the things that we were doing is the building up other capabilities like the competitive intelligence capability. Now, their stock in trade is drawing inferences about strategic intent of our competitors, and they go about it in a very different way than the market and customer analytics side of the house. And they explicitly base their approach on a national security paradigm. And when they bring consultants into so as part of the training, they generally come from like CIA background or other national security background. When they have these training sessions, I send my staff. And it's not just that the weaker signals that they're operating with lead to a different approach. It's actually a really systematic and thorough approach to analyzing data and to telling stories with data, and making sure that it's sort of an assessment of available facts and taking a disciplined approach to understanding meaning, and then being very concise and disciplined in presenting it. And where this complements what we have on the market and data analytics side is that the strength, the superpower that I see in our core analysts comes with data visualization. And when we talk about storytelling, we tend to talk about it through visualization techniques and telling a compelling story that way. And my career started off more in the customer side of the survey side, the choice modeling, segmentation. And when I started working with the market analytics side, I thought, boy, you guys are so much better at visualizing data. To the consumer side, we're terrible. The market and data analytics side, you guys are so much better. But then when it comes to actually telling a concise, compelling story with data, the competitive intelligence folks have us all beat. And so I'm putting this out, if you want, like a look behind the scenes of things, because this is not something that I would necessarily expect people to come with. It's something that I'm quite happy training people up for. But if you want a sneak peek behind the curtain, this is it. So let's talk. We don't necessarily look for this. What do we look for? So our standard practice in hiring talent is what we call performance-based hiring. We're not the only company that does it. There are services and practices around this. And this is sort of how we do it. We use the objectives and the success factors of the job as a dominant selection criteria, and not just a list of skills or qualifications or personality. These things are all important, but the last thing I want to hear at the hiring committee meeting at the end is, oh, I like them and they nail off a series of qualifications. If the only reason you're going to hire someone is because of the qualification set they have, then you haven't done a good enough job understanding what they can add. We're looking for evidence in the interview that shows that the candidate that can use that skill set to meet the expectations that we have on that role and what that needs to deliver to the company. And so to quickly break down aspects of a job description. So let's go. How do you get hired into a group like mine? I suppose the one thing to call out is that I will very rarely be hiring someone right out of school. Sometimes it will be somebody who has worked in another part of Bose and has sort of learned the Bose business there, and maybe developed. There's a lot of career development and sort of evening degree courses that people use to upskill across Bose. So that's sort of one channel. Or we certainly in the market and data side, we will hire in more senior people who can hit the ground running. And so the new graduates are more likely to be hired into other pools of analysis within the company. So as that's just full disclosure. But when I'm looking for a candidate, we start out sort of describing the work, giving a connection to the purpose, and then sort of what we're looking for. You see, sometimes, as you may have noticed just listening to me, I can be too wordy. For somebody who talks about being concise, I have a fair degree of run-on sentences and blathering to do. And same with job descriptions. But everything in there is sort of telling the candidate something that I'm going to be paying attention to. So I'm going to tell them what the work is, and I'm going to want evidence on the back end that they can do the work. I'm telling them what the purpose of the work is, and I'm going to want them to show that they are actually influential enough to be able to apply their skills so that we can actually make use of it. And then I'll sort of give them hints on these are the kinds of skills that we're looking for. And you see, we're still not into a punch list of things here. Here we're sort of going into, we break out more details of what it is I need you to do. And you see right at the top, engage with key stakeholders. So we're still not to what's your analytics tool set. Come down into the things. Obviously, I'm going to need to have a tool set to do all these other things. But then closing up is I want somebody who can pull something together and make an impactful story. Tell the leadership of the company what they need to do in a way that's going to cause them to do it. And then on the back end, we are thinking, and so as a hint, you're going to show us that you've got these things. And you see the hints on what it is that we're going to be looking for in how the interview is going to go. Demonstrated track record, solving actual business problems. These are the things that people can come to, and they can talk to us about it, and not just talk to, I have this skill set, I have this capability, and nobody is necessarily going to come into an interview having solved exactly the kinds of problems that we're going to have, but they're going to have solved problems, and they should be able to imagine solving the kinds of problems that a company like Bose has. And so telling their story in a way that makes their experience transferable is sort of a plus. Actually, not plus, it's a critical thing. Yes. So now getting hired is just the beginning. We have a structured set of expectations for every level of the organization, and what we require from someone changes as we go on. And so, notwithstanding the fact that I said I generally hire more senior people on the analytics side, we use the same set of expectations across all of our insights groups. And so the level 1 and level 2 is more likely to be somebody coming into one of the other disciplines. So on the survey side, or I guess the survey side would tend to hire more junior people. The competitive intelligence side and the business strategists, they're also level 3 and level 4. But we have sort of the same, we're sort of building up the same expectation as people develop in their careers. And so at level 1, the early in your career, you really just have to know how to do your job, but you're still needing to apply business context. And and I've sort of highlighted some keywords and then shrunk things to be illegible because it would be a terrible thing. This would be an even less compelling presentation if I gave you this pile of words to do. But it's really looking at what I'm looking for in a senior person, at the gradual growth from somebody who can just do the work to somebody who tells an impactful, compelling story around the work. The tools and the expertise that an analyst have and the work that they do to sort of to crunch data and model and visualize data, the only purpose of that is so they have something to talk about. The critical thing is that they are taking the work and they are communicating effectively on complex subjects to business leadership. And that more than anything is what I'm looking, how I'm developing people's careers for. If you want, when I do hire people or when I'm on a hiring committee for an organization outside of my own, where they're bringing in younger and more junior people, even if they don't necessarily have that expectation, I'm looking for someone who I can see a potential that you've come in out of school now. Do you have sort of a leading indicator, a weak signal that would lead me to expect that you might join another part of Bose, but at a certain point, you'd be worth poaching, and I could turn you into somebody who meets these level 4 requirements for us. So 3 things that I look for. These are sort of separate from the formal can you do the jobs. Curiosity. If somebody who sort of pokes around, asks questions, goes beyond the obvious, is sort of like wondering. So if you look at something and even why are we doing this? Why are we asking for this? And you ask me that in an interview. That's actually a good start. An even better one is when we ask people to do a data exercise as part of a hiring process. Somebody who really digs in and sort of shows that they asked questions. It's something that just will almost always tip the scales in favor of, yeah, this is going to be better. Curiosity is the number 1 thing to look for. Critical thinking. This has been a focus of our development work, and this is actually tied into this national security orientation of storytelling that I talked to before. At the heart of that is the sort of refinement of critical thinking skills. So that's the other thing that I'm looking for. And then telling stakeholders things that they don't want to hear. Sometimes somebody has a great idea. Somebody has is sort of hoping that a business is going to go one way, or that they should plan their portfolio one way, and it just ain't so. And the capacity to tell stakeholders bad news, priceless. And then for extra credit, being good at making the complicated simple. Because there are, especially as analysis and modeling techniques get more and more sophisticated, and to be perfectly honest, outside of the tool set that the leaders of the company are familiar with, we're often in a position of having to explain really complicated things to an audience who's not really primed and can't be expected to have the attention span to necessarily deal with it. And that sort of leads me to some nuggets that I've gleaned from talking with senior leadership over the years that I sum up as the problem with analysts. And then I had a recent conversation with the president of the company that gave me potential for analysts. So The two big problems with analysts that leaders have told me is that they spend their time talking to themselves, not the business. So, and by that, I mean analysts love data, they love methodology, they love graphs and tables, results, whereas the business cares about what it means. And so a man who was only, if you want, the vice president of product marketing when he gave me this advice and he became CEO of the company, told me many, many years ago, you guys just talk to yourselves. Any time that you are spending more than 25% of the FaceTime with the executive or sort of the business deck, talking about what you did, how you did it, what the data is, what the analysis was, what the findings were, and not what it means, is that you're not actually talking to the business. The business wants to know about implications, how to use it, how to solve their problems. They need to trust that you know your stuff and you did good work, but you can't spend your time telling them you did good work. And analysts also make their work really hard to use by saying, this is the data set that I had. I cannot tell you anything that did not exist in the data set. You've got experience from all kinds of things. You have points of view of other data. You can draw inferences. You can make leaps. If you don't make that, somebody who is less well versed with what limitations are will do it for you. I always tell folks, don't be afraid to cross the line because you're the one who knows where the line is. If you don't make it easy to use, somebody will take it. They'll just wander across lines that shouldn't be wandered across. So that's up to the analysts to make their work easy to use. Then to end on a more positive note, I was talking to the new president of the company a couple of months ago, and we were saying, yeah, successful analysts, when we started, you sort of came up with a tool set and that's what you use. And now the analysts are really managing their careers more like software engineers and computer scientists, where there's continual learning, continual upskilling. And that's a good thing. That's sort of what we need. We need everyone to be expecting that lifelong learning is part of the analyst community. And so I had 45 minutes. I suspect I have left very little time for questions. So I do apologize.
That's okay, Lori. We did have a couple of questions that I wanted to throw your way. One of our attendees asked about, there was a part of the presentation where you were talking about intelligence trainings with the government agency. Are these things that other people could attend? That was one of the questions. Is that...
Yes. So the competitive intelligence business has a lot of training. So to look for like Institute of Competitive Intelligence, and there's actually quite a good literature on. So separate from the application for competitive intelligence, there are. And if I were in my office, I would just pull some books out. But there is a literature on like training and preparation for national security intelligence roles.
Okay, great. Maybe after this we can, if you have any links or any other information, we can follow up with that. Another question was whether it would be okay with you to share this recording with students, with other students, to give them an idea what the companies are looking for in perhaps their BSTAT or other marketing courses, because they think this would be beneficial. Are you okay with us sharing that recording with other students?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. So you mentioned a lot about the compelling story and really having that compelling story. Having analysts that have compelling stories. Do you feel this is sort of a characteristic that they have, or is this something that's learned, or is there something that they can help to learn these kinds of skills?
This is something that people learn because, and I'm as guilty as the next person, probably more guilty because I'm older and more stuck in my ways. I spend my time talking too much and showing too much data, being impressed with too much evidence, because every piece of analysis is like a precious baby. How could I not want to share that with the world? And this is actually something where the intelligence training, where you're thinking in terms of diagnostic proof. So giving the most critical proof points to support the point you're trying to make, and not tell the whole story. You've got an appendix for that. And at the risk of going on, one of the best prepared presentations that this was coming from the other team that they ever did was, I was working with them. They had like a 120-page deck on how people relate to design, and said, you are not taking the president of the company through a 120-page deck. And so we worked on putting together a concise 25-page encapsulation of that deck that sort of told the proof, and it got him so intrigued with it that he asked to go through the 120-page deck with them. If we had led with, here's a 120-page deck at the beginning of the meeting, I guarantee you it would not have gone well.
Excellent. Noelle, did you have any other questions on your end?
There's one that just came in, and I know we're right at kind of overtime, but the last question, would you consider students competing and doing well in case competitions to give good insights into employee hireability? And a question kind of on the instructor side, should instructors be promoting things like case competitions?
So if they do a really good job and put a lot of thought in it, it's a good application of critical thinking and getting the opportunity to get feedback. Sometimes it can wind up being so the hopelessly naive, but so it's an opportunity to shine because it's sort of because if it's done well, it's done really, really well, and understands that the obvious is not sufficient. So yeah, it can be done if it's done really well.
Wonderful. Okay. Great. So thank you so much, Rory, for joining us here today and taking time out. I know your busy schedule, even if it's from home. All of us are home now. But I appreciate your time, and we are going to go on a break and see everyone back here at 2 o'clock to talk about using digital tools for success in business analytics. And you should all enjoy a nice strawberry and brie break on your own. Because I'm sure that's what everyone's going to have. So, all right, we will be back at 2 o'clock. And thanks again, Rory. Really appreciate you presenting today.
You're very welcome. Have a good one, everyone. Everyone be safe.
Yeah, you too. Take care. Hi, Janet, are you on? Uh-oh, who's Janet yet?
I can see her connecting the audio right now.
Okay, great.
And she's muted, I think. Hey, Janet, I just unmuted you.
Okay, good, it works. The first time I dialed the number, it wouldn't connect, and I was kind of freaking out.
Are you good with sharing your screen? You know how to do that, right? I mean, we've done that before, but
Yeah.
we could give you the call now if you want, and I'll just announce you. I'll just introduce you on your slides, or do you want me to pass you the ball? Or Noel to pass you the ball after?
I don't have a slide or anything, so you can just pass me the ball.
Oh, so you're just gonna go live? Okay. So I will then we'll go to the next slide when we start at 2. And that will be a lovely slide of you. And then I will introduce you, and then Noel will pass you the ball. How's that?
Awesome.
All right. I'm going to head back to mute for the next 5 minutes. Okay, 1 minute until our last session. It's 2 p.m. Just finished my brie and strawberries on a baguette. Don't we rush? That was really happening. All right, it is 2 o'clock, and Noelle, if you wouldn't mind switching to the next slide. Excellent. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break and are ready for our next exciting session, which is hopefully going to be very relevant to many of you who have been or will be teaching business analytics online now, for sure. The recent new normal need for online education because of COVID-19 calls for resources that provide a way to keep students interested, engaged, accountable, and dare I say honest. We're thrilled to have our newest digital faculty consultant, Janet Fraser from West Virginia University, present the tools she's been using for success online. She will be presenting her course content from business analytics, communicating with numbers using McGraw Hill's Connect, and will explore tools like the adaptive reading of SmartBook, algorithmic exercises, and show how seamlessly she integrates her courses with the West Virginia University LMS learning management system. So thank you so much for joining us, Janet, and take it away. Noelle, if you could pass her the ball.
All right. Hi, everyone. As introduced, I'm Janet Fraser. I teach business data analytics and management information systems at West Virginia University. And I wanted to take this opportunity to share some of the different tools that I've been using, especially since COVID-19 has definitely made many of our semesters much more chaotic. So what I have up on the screen now is what a class or what my business data analytics class looks like using our learning management system. And it is, this is the student view, so you can see there's a lot of stuff going on here, and that you have material organized by chapter, you have readings, you have a lot of stuff. So I want to, we're going to go through some of these items piece by piece, but first and foremost, I probably want to switch over to the instructor view. So this is what the students see, but this is sort of the core of a Connect class and an example of a Connect class structure. So some key items here are assignments, but then we also have the library section, which is where all the course resources are kept, access to the ebook, lectures, and one of the things that I love about this is that if you tuned in for the panel, I talked about presenting information in short 5 to 10 minute video clips, and the recording view lecture capability here, which uses a program called Tegrity, is a really, really great way to record and store lectures, and there's a lot of fun sort of tech on the back end that makes it really easy for students to search through this material that is uploaded to Tegrity to find exactly what they're looking for. So even if you're more of a record the whole lecture type style of teaching, this tool can be really, really enormously helpful. And this library of resources is available to students as well. So anything that you put here is available to your students to refer to as a resource that can help them get through the class and give them another way that they can learn and master their content. And the performance area is where you can get some insights regarding your student performance, how students are performing either as individual students or related to specific learning objectives or assignments that you're looking at. So assignments are one of the primary, if not the main, sometimes the only way that we can evaluate student performance. So one of the things that I really like are the variety of different types of assignments that I can create. There are a lot of questions, there are a lot of content that I can use that's already here, but then I also have the capability to go in and customize just about everything. On most of my exams, I use a combination of the question bank questions that are provided, but then I usually create one or two hands-on problems for my students to solve using the tools we have to create either file attachment assignments or essay assignments in my own words. And the other nice thing is that even with the questions that are provided in the question bank, so say I wanted to create a new question bank assignment, we'll go with chapter 2 just because you can actually go through and you can look at the different questions, and you're actually able to edit these questions if, for example, you've discovered that your students may be very skilled at Googling questions. And sometimes you just need to drop a word or change a word, and suddenly it becomes a lot harder for students to answer their homework assignments with Google. And it's also very nice because we can create assignments that pull from multiple different question sources that you can pull from throughout the text. So if I'm working on a module that covers 3 or 4 chapters, I can pull all of that material into a single assignment. I can decide what each question's point value is. I can rearrange things. The customizability is every bit as strong as you could get in a learning management system. So all of that capability is already baked in here, and I'll demonstrate in a little bit that you can pull these assignments into your learning management system. At WVU, we use Blackboard branded as eCampus, and I can link everything I do in Connect with eCampus, including the grades. I can have the grade books synchronized, which is really convenient for me because WVU uses yet another system to record official permanent grades, and what's in eCampus I can synchronize with the main central Sirius system for maintaining the grade book. So it seems kind of nuts that it would go through 3 different systems, but because it works seamlessly between Connect and eCampus, it also works seamlessly between eCampus and the university system for maintaining permanent records, which is very, very helpful. So say I want to add this question to an assignment, I can add it as an individual question or add it to a pool. Most of the assignments that I use in my classes are take-home, even prior to COVID-19 becoming an issue where now everything is a take-home assignment that people are working on from home. So what I like about pools is that I can draw a certain number of questions from a larger pool. They can be randomized. Again, you can edit the text of the questions. And then there's another type of question. So there are a number of static questions, and these static questions are as they are presented in the textbook. But if I go back to the add questions, or go to the list view, there are some questions that are denoted as being algo or algorithmic. And what's really cool about these questions is that the specific numbers or values that are being asked for in each homework assignment differ. There are dozens of different versions of the question, and each version is only slightly different than another. Each version asks for the same type of content or analysis or recall from students, but the numbers and the data sets just kind of shift a little bit from question to question. And at first, I had several students not even realize that their data sets were just slightly different from each other. So they were a little frustrated when they perhaps surreptitiously worked together a little more than they should have. And only one of them got the questions right. And then I saw that there were several answers where everybody put in the same response, not quite realizing that the data sets were a little bit different. I did warn them in advance, but it was that was an interesting discovery to make with one of my classes. And now they believe me all the time, and they're even warning each other to watch out that I use these types of questions to kind of keep them on their toes, because I like with the algorithmic questions that even if they're working together and sometimes sharing answers more than they should, because the data sets are different every time, they basically have to then do the problem twice. They have to do it with their friends' numbers, and then they still have to go and learn and apply that concept again with their own numbers. So I almost find that to be a positive sort of consequence or externality from using these types of algorithmic questions. And I think it's also brought more students to me to ask questions when consulting with a friend just doesn't quite do it. So I think it's actually, it seems tricky, but I think it's actually improved my ability to catch students when they're finding material that they find challenging, and just kind of have a good open conversation about the concepts when they're struggling with them and they can't make their friend's solution work for them. And there is a functionality where students, for numerical-based answers, they can check their work. And that's a setting that you can choose. They can, if you don't set a restriction, they could check that until they find the right answer. I've found that the sweet spot is letting them check their answers about twice. And if they can't get it in the first or second spin, they know that maybe this is something that they should ask for some assistance with instead of blindly throwing numbers into the assignment and clicking check my work. So all of these little tools and features, sometimes I've felt like, oh, maybe they're giving the students too much help, and other times I've felt exceptionally sneaky. But by and large, my experience has been really good with them being very supportive to the students and helping the students perhaps realize that they're struggling with something that maybe they didn't even realize they were struggling with quite so much. So I'm a big fan of these algorithmic questions, and you can mix and match algorithmic and static questions. And like I said, the data is customized. There are dozens of versions of each question. So even if you have a really, really large class of 100, 200, it's very unlikely that any two students are going to discover another student that has a question that even has a fairly similar data set. So that is something that I absolutely love. Another thing that I really enjoy and have found very helpful just using this product, using the Jagia text, is that everything is provided either in Excel or analytical solver or in R. So in some cases, when I have students really struggling with programming in R, I can have them walk through the process in Excel, and we can walk through examples in Excel so they master the concept. And then once they master the concept, they can then move into R with a very good understanding and idea of the types of results that they should be getting.
Janet, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah.
So one of the questions, can you record your lecture in Connect and then post it outside of Connect in the learning platform Canvas? Do you do it that way, or do you have other suggestions?
So I will record them using the Integrity tool, and then I can link to them from my LMS directly.
Okay.
So
So
you have to create them in Connect first, and then you can link back to it in Connect. So it would still require the student to be in the Connect environment to get access to.
Okay. And when you are pulling questions from multiple chapters, are you creating a pool?
I usually do create a pool, or I'll create a set of pools, one for each of the chapters, and pull from a certain set of questions from each of those chapters. I also like that you can search questions based on a variety of different things, including your learning objectives. So if maybe you covered learning objectives 1, 2, and 3, you can filter out learning objectives 4 and 5, and that may prevent you from needing to build a pool, or it can help you customize a pool further.
Great. Another question that an attendee asked and our McGraw-Hill panelists already answered, so I'll just repeat it. Who holds the copyright to questions that you write as a professor and then include them in the system? And the answer is, if you write your own questions from scratch within Connect, those are your questions. Others cannot see them, nor can they use them. So that's a good answer.
That's a really good question.
It is, it is. I didn't know that answer, so that's good to know. How are students' privacy protected? What does McGraw-Hill do with students' assessment data, for example? Everything is compliant. This is, again, our answer. Everything is compliant with FERPA and all other regulations. Connect only holds scores and then links to your gradebook. You assign the grade for that score. Let me know if you need more information on this. So, and that was all the questions that I have, but I just wanted to just kind of stop and let you know that there were questions before, you went on. So sorry if I completely derailed you.
No problem. Keep the questions coming. This is way more fun with questions. Especially doing this online. Sometimes it feels like you're talking to an echo chamber. I don't know if other faculty have been feeling that way from all of the Zoom calls and all of the WebExes that we've all been going through over the past 2 months now. So keep the questions coming.
I think if we could see them, we would see heads going up and down. So you're right. All right. Sorry about that. Carry on.
So the next thing, and this has probably been the biggest help since the coronavirus has shuffled everybody back home and off campus, and that is the SmartBook feature. So SmartBook is this really, really awesome function that basically helps the students get more out of their reading. So in this case, I pulled up the example for the second chapter in SmartBook, and I'm going to launch the preview here. And it is an online version of the text. It is an ebook, but it is an interactive ebook where you can do a reading and then answer some questions just to make sure you're absorbing some of the key points. So I'm going to click continue reading here to open up the SmartBook because I'm not quite ready to continue with more questions to study. I need to read a little bit more. And as you can see is that the text is highlighted in yellow, and what highlighted text means is that this is something that's pretty important given where you're at in your readings for this chapter. So you'll read through some of the highlighted yellow text, and then you can click to go to questions down here. And this will take you to questions that you can use to review your understanding of the material. So in this case, there's a fill-in-the-blank question. Data blank is the process of defining the structure of a database. I'll say collection. And then I can rate my confidence to submit the answer. So whether my confidence is high, medium, or low. And what all of this does is collect information that can go back to you as the instructor to figure out maybe where students could use a little bit of help in terms of lecture or maybe some extra tutorial videos. So maybe I'm going to answer this question, was data collection is the process of defining the structure of the database? Maybe I'm not very confident, and I find that indeed I have answered the question incorrectly. When that happens, you have access to different concept resources. And I can click back here and I can read the content that specifically relates back to the question that I just answered incorrectly. So once I read through that and I'm feeling a little bit better, I can go back to the questions and I can now feel better about my understanding of the answer, which is, well, modeling. And if I want to move on to the next question, if I'm good there, I can move on to another question. In this case, it's a true or false question. And again, all of the correct and incorrect answers are recorded, as is that measure of confidence, whether high, medium, or low. So even if students are getting a lot of questions correct, maybe they're not very confident about their answers, and that still can be a really good prompt or hint that, hey, maybe I should put up a few more resources or talk about this topic just a little bit more. And without being able to do synchronous lectures since we've gone off campus, in our case, many of our departments were advised to not do synchronous lectures just because they weren't sure if we'd have the bandwidth for everybody to do synchronous lectures at once. We've worked through that issue, so now we are able to do more stuff in real time and synchronously, but for those first couple weeks where we had a lot of questions and we weren't really sure about how our systems could handle moving the entire university online, it was especially helpful because I didn't have the opportunity to teach students one-on-one in real time, and I was dependent on feedback from Connect and feedback from individual students and through our LMS to kind of get a sense of what do they really need from me right now. And this is the third time I've taught this class, but it's the first time I've taught this class during a global pandemic, so I'll take all the help that I can get. So that's SmartBook, and like I said, it is an enormously helpful tool. Exit this assignment, and the nice thing is if you don't have an opportunity to read the entire chapter, that's okay. You can pick up where you left off. There's another really good resource that students have when they have access to Connect with the Jagia text, and that is the Read Anywhere app. And that is an app that basically allows them to recall the textbook on a mobile device, a tablet, and it even allows the students to have the textbook read to them through the application. And well, when I had a few students tell me they listened to it while they were at the gym, I didn't really understand how that could really motivate you to get some good cardio in. They said that it was really useful because if they're on the treadmill, what else are they going to do with their time? That it was just one more helpful tool that helped them squeeze in a little bit more learning and a little more of their reading in at a time that they may not otherwise be occupied with something else. So while I still think it's bizarre that they wanted to listen to their business analytics textbook at the gym, I'll gladly accept it anytime. So as I said, you can also integrate these classes and the content from these classes into your learning management system. And in this case, I'm going to pull up eCampus, which is, again, our branded version of Blackboard, and I'll pull up one of my classes. This is my MBA Data Analytics class. And I can go under Course Tools, and McGraw-Hill Higher Ed is already an option under Course Tools in the shell that is provided for me by the university. I've talked to some faculty members at other institutions, and I've been told that this is fairly common, but if you use Blackboard or Canvas and you don't see this tool, it should be there. You may just need to have IT activated so it shows up for you in your course shell under Course Tools. So I can go to McGraw-Hill Higher Education, and it gives me a variety of different things that I can do to link my Connect presence with my LMS presence. First thing, where it says go to my Connect section here, If you are not paired with a course section in Connect, this is where a link will appear where you can walk through the process of linking your Connect section with your eCampus, Blackboard, Canvas, etc. Shell. It walks you through it so easily, it takes about 2 minutes to connect the two shells together, and the link will automatically populate right there in the upper left corner of the window. You can also get access to your lecture captures, so you can pull those in. That's content that you can link between Connect and your shell. You can do the same thing with Learn Smart exercises. You can link the textbook. You have access to all of your Connect material through your LMS. And then the Connect and your LMS will communicate information to each other sort of at set intervals throughout the day. But if, say, you just went through and graded a whole bunch of questions that required manual grading in Connect and it's not showing up in your grade book, you can synchronize your section or individual assignments immediately, so that students don't have to wait until sort of that next handoff period. And it seems like Connect and eCampus communicate with each other about twice a day, so maybe at 12-hour intervals. Not figured out the exact interval, so oftentimes if I've just done like a big batch of grading, I'll just go through and I'll synchronize the sections just to force them to connect with each other and update the grade book. Like I said, the ability to automatically update the grade book is one of the things that just makes using Connect so effortless, because I find that the tools that you have to put together your assignments are a little more flexible, a little easier to use than at least my experience in my LMS is, so that the grading is also made just as easy is an enormous improvement to my day. And I'll show here under my assignments tab, I have all my assignments for the class. I have 5 Connect assignments here, and if I want to go and open up these assignments, I click them, it will take me to Connect where that assignment is. If I were a student, it would take me directly to the assignment that I could work through. Because I'm a faculty member, it takes me instead to the assignment dashboard where I can monitor student activity. I can look at assignment results and statistics. I can preview what the assignment looks like to my students. So in this case, with the first assignment, I start off with a question from the very first chapter, and this is what it looks like to my students. And when I preview it, it will show me the correct answers. If I look at individual student attempts, it will show me their answers, and then I can compare them side by side with the correct answers. And that can be very helpful, especially with the algorithmic questions, where as the instructor, you know how the student should arrive at each solution, but you know that each solution is going to vary just a little bit from student to student, because each of them has a slightly different version of that assignment. And then anytime you access Connect from your LMS, you'll have this awesome yellow button here that will take you right back to where you came from. So I'm going to click this to return to Blackboard, and I'm right back at my assignment list. And then I'm also doing the final exam through Connect, and I have it set up and also linked through eCampus, so I can click on final exam, and I can also pull it open here. One of the nice things about setting up assignments in Connect is that you can set specific times for assignments to open and close to students. So in this case, I have 39 students who haven't started. They haven't even seen the test yet. It's going to go live for them on Monday. But until Monday, no one sees it. No one has access to it. But at 12:01 a.m. on Monday, when I'm hopefully fast asleep in my bed, maybe with 1 or 2 of my cats, the test will go live and students will be able to begin accessing it and working through it well, I am hopefully dreaming really, really nice non-coronavirus dreams. And again, I can return right back to Blackboard by clicking the button. And then I'm right back in Blackboard.
Janet, can I ask a quick question that came in through the Q&A?
Absolutely.
Awesome. So someone is just curious. We heard from the authors earlier, and they kind of went over, the chapters that they recommend and chapters that they assign. But one of the attendees is asking, which chapters did you choose to cover in your course?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I generally chose the first 7 chapters. In one or two, occasionally I'll drop either chapter 4 or 5, for example, like the statistical inference refresher. Especially at the undergraduate level, most of my students are pretty fresh off of an intro statistics class. So I really want to get them through what is data analytics, data wrangling. I want to get them kind of familiar with data visualization. I usually have some element of Tableau kind of running in the background. I've had an instructor teach a few sessions for me, just focusing entirely on Tableau. And then I really want to focus on chapters 6 and 7 a lot, so both linear regression and then nonlinear regression. I spent a lot of time focusing on logistic regression and just talking about nonlinear approaches to data. So my primary goal was to at least make it through the end of chapter 7. And based on prior semesters, I thought that was all I was going to have time to do this semester, but I was actually able to get to chapter 12, which is time series, which I thought was enormously important. So I did time series right after chapter 7, which was the nonlinear regression. And then I did the decision and regression tree chapter 10, just because I think decision trees and regression trees are really, really cool, and they're a really good way to work with categorical data. That was a complete personal preference, had half a week, thought I would just slide something that I thought was really cool in. And then one of the other chapters that I think is incredibly important is chapter 8, which is the introduction to data mining, and that's where we finished off. So that's where we wrapped up both with my undergrad and my MBA class. We spent about 2 weeks in that chapter 8, the data mining chapter, just to start orienting them to some of the ideas and concepts of data mining. With the MBA students, it's good for them to know some of those fundamentals in data mining, but they don't necessarily have to go through and get a lot of hands-on experience with the different methods. And with the undergraduate students, they'll have an opportunity to go on and develop those skills in greater depth in later classes. So in both cases, it was really important to me to build a good foundation where they understand some of the different functions and processes of data mining. And I was really, really happy and pleased with how well all of that content worked together and how it built upon itself. And I felt that it was a good chapter to begin with. I thought it was really solid, but after I saw how the students interfaced with it, I was really, really excited about it. So those are the key chapters that I chose.
I have one more question. I think one more if I have scrolled down far enough. There was another question about SmartBook, and I don't know if you answered this, but the question was whether it's a gradable assignment or if students just use it as a self-check and learning resource, and then do you assign point values to your SmartBook assignment? And the McGraw-Hill answered yes, you can assign any amount of points for a SmartBook assignment, and we recommend setting a low point value. But just out of curiosity, peer-to-peer, how do you handle that, Janet?
That's a great question. So for my MBA students, I recommended that they do SmartBook instead of just reading the ebook. I told them that I thought they'd get a lot more out of it. The MBA class is a second half semester class, so I literally got 1 week of instruction in with them before we went online, so I was able to make that call early on. usually when I have a face-to-face class and I have synchronous lectures, I will make the SmartBook assignments extra credit for a very low point value. But I've also found that there is a distinct difference in the outcomes between those who do the SmartBook assignments for extra credit and those who skip them and because they don't feel like they need it or because it doesn't help them as much. But I definitely concur with McGraw-Hill on using a lower point value. You want to make it enough that it makes it interesting to them to do it, but I think too after the first few chapters they start realizing, hey, I can do this instead of just reading and plowing through the chapter, and maybe it's actually very helpful.
Perfect. I would agree.
It turns it into a game. Like, it's really a way to integrate gamification, and I didn't realize how important that was until I started using an app to learn a second language, and it's totally gamified, and I realized that I just eat that stuff right up, and I don't think I'm that different from my students in terms of how I feel and respond to things like that. So I think it adds that gamification element that is really remarkably motivating. So overall, what I really liked about using Connect is that, and as well as the Jagia text, because honestly, the combination of the two have really enabled me to go farther and do it faster than I had when I was using a previous course preparation, which was sort of a lot of random things that I had come across while I was developing the business analytics curriculum, where it was versions of classes from our graduate program in business data analytics. And we did a pretty good job, but we just could not quite get as far. There were some class sections where we got as far as getting a really good mastery of linear regression, but never made it to things like logistic regression or data mining. And those students have still done well and they've been very successful, but it's really exciting now that we can get to the point where we're introducing nonlinear forms of modeling and the basics of data mining. That has just been an enormous benefit. And then one last thing I can actually show is the assignment statistics and some of the reports that can be generated. So here for assignment 1, for example, I can go to the assignment statistics area and I can just get a really nice high view of how students are just doing in general on the assignment. So in this case, the assignment was out of 25 points. I gave students 2 attempts, so if they really bombed the first one, they could go do it again. The one hiccup I ran into there is that a number of second attempts have 0 scores, and that kind of drives down the mean a little bit. So here we can see the mean score on attempt 1 and attempt 2, and the average for attempt 1 is 23.58, which is pretty good on an assignment out of 25, whereas for the second attempt, which a lot of students were basically using as practice, the grades aren't as high. I have it set to just choose whichever attempt they did their best on because it was hard to tell which one was their serious attempt and which one was their practice attempt. But it's getting that kind of information is very, very helpful. And then there are other different types of reports that you can pull up, or you can compare multiple assignments side by side. And then you can look at an analysis of some of the different categories that are assigned to different types of questions. So in this case, I've got assignment 1 highlighted, and I can look at things based on learning objectives. I can look based on Bloom's taxonomy, different elements that AACSB is looking for, And by the way, that's an amazing tool. We just went through a CFB reaccreditation a few months ago, and that we can look for specific elements that they're looking for and tie those into our assessments of learning is wonderful. And then just to have it be so easy to pull a report of how well students perform in terms of those types of categories is enormously beneficial. So I'll check ACSB and learning objectives, and then I can view the report, and I can see generally how students are performing in some of these different areas based on their performance. And if I were to click one of these circles, it would show individual student performance in answering these questions, but I can already get a pretty good sense, pretty good summary of general student performance in terms of these learning objectives or AACSB learning categories. And then I can't show it in a format with data, but the at-risk student report is also very helpful. It actually uses a pie chart to show the proportion of the students that are doing well, that are engaging with Connect, getting their assignments turned in on time, those who may be borderline at risk, and those who are in very, very dire straits. And even within that report, you can click a button and it will allow you to send a message directly to that student right away. And it's just another good way to sort of keep your finger on the pulse of your students, especially when you don't have that day-to-day, face-to-face interaction with the students that you might be more used to having. And in my case, my master's data analytics students, they're online. I'm used to working with them asynchronously. But my MBA students this semester and my undergrad data analytics students this semester, they had an expectation of getting a face-to-face class for the entire semester. So it has been more and more important to make sure that they're still feeling good about this, because this is not the experience that they anticipated, and it's certainly not the experience I anticipated having to deliver.
Hey, Janet, question that's kind of related to that and that came up a little bit earlier about testing for your class when you're online. You spoke to it a little bit with the pooling, I think, but someone was asking, do you set up the same test for the whole class? Won't students share that question among themselves? So are there different ways that you try to address that?
Yes. So I'm going to switch sections here to my undergraduate section, and I can show what one of those tests looks like. Once you've launched an assignment, it's not very, you can't make a lot of adjustments to it, but at least here I can show sort of what the pool looks like. So in this case, I had 20 questions drawn from a pool. And here we can see all of the different questions in the pool. A number of them are static, but I was pulling only 20 questions out of 40. And a number of those questions are also algorithmic questions. So some of the test bank questions are algorithmic, and you can also use textbook-based questions that are algorithmic in exams as well. So I have found that to be very, very helpful. I have a lot of students, in most scenarios, I have students do their exams as take-home tests. So between pooling and algorithmic questions, I find that I don't have too much of an issue with cheating. In this case, this class has about 50 students in it. So I have a pool of 40 questions, of which 20 are pulled on each test. There aren't that many students who have the same. And it is also set up so the questions are randomized. So they're not all ordered in the same way either. And that has also made it to the point that it is more difficult to cheat than it is to just do the work. And then with the test too, you can also add your own. So in my case, I gave them a data analytics problem to solve with their own data in this last question. And it's not a question that has a definitive right or wrong answer. It depends on how the student approaches it. So using all of these approaches sort of combined really, I think, again, it doesn't make it impossible to cheat. There's no such thing as an uncheatable test, but it makes it so much more difficult and just obnoxious to the student to cheat that they generally won't. They generally will just do the work. Or they'll email me and ask me a bunch of questions about it, which is totally fine.
That was my comment about, dare I say, keeping them honest. That's what I meant. I also wanted to just bring up again, one of the questions that came up was, in this textbook, are all the examples done by both R and Excel? And the answer was yes, every example includes instructions on both Analytics Solver, Excel add-ins, and is used in later chapters where needed. Out of curiosity, from your perspective, do you use R, correct, and only, or both R and Excel, and what are your feelings about that? And then the other question was about, do we have anything for Python? So I'll let Noelle answer that, and I'll let you answer the first question, Janet.
So I primarily work in R. I really want to bring my students up and develop that skill. I think it's especially important with my MBA students because very few other MBA programs are emphasizing this skill. And while there are sometimes talk that there may be too many MBA graduates, I feel like mine are special if they have a unique skill, and being able to work in R is one of them. Most of them have only ever worked with Excel, so I find that, especially with my MBA students, it's very helpful to use both. But on tests and assignments, I ask them to submit material using R. But when they're first trying to master the concept, what does this mean theoretically? I'll often have them walk through it in Excel first. And then once they understand what the concept is and what types of answers they should be looking for, we'll then transition and move over into R. We've thought about pulling more Python into our undergraduate minor in business data analytics as well as our master's program in business data analytics. There definitely seems to be some mounting demand for that, and as Noelle will mention, there are definitely some tools for that. And one last thing I wanted to mention too about the testing is that if you are required to do a proctored test, there are some really cool proctor functions that are coming online in Connect that I'm sure, Noelle, do you know much about the Proctorio stuff?
Yeah, I can speak briefly
when that's
to it.
Happening.
It's
really
we
cool.
can share more information. Exactly. So first, very quickly on Python. So Janet alluded to this, and I think it came up earlier too. We're developing a supplement for Python that'll go along with the text. It's going to walk through every example in the book using Python as opposed to Excel and R, which are in the physical book. And so that will be ready for fall. We do have samples that are ready now. So if it's something that you want to take a look at, please just let me know. They should also be posted up in the instructor resources starting next week. We're trying to get that content out there and available as quickly as possible. And then the Proctorio piece, the Proctorio is an online proctoring and browser locking tool, I guess, and we are partnering with them to integrate those features within Connect starting this fall for our quantitative disciplines. There will be basic proctoring and locking, browser locking capabilities that are available for free, just looped right in there with everything that you already have in Connect. And then there are some additional levels on top of that if you need more security or more access. So your McGraw-Hill representative is going to be the best person to talk to about that, but Harper or I can certainly follow up with more information if that's something you're interested in too. Harper, anything I forgot there?
You know what? We will follow up with a fabulous flyer that answers all of your questions in one place. So along with all the other things we're following up with after this.
I know we're just adding it to the list of all the
flyers, more flyers.
Nice. I do have one good question that just came in for you, Janet, and I know we're technically over time, but I think we've got some wiggle room if you don't mind. Somebody
No
was
problem.
asking if you have run into problems with tolerances on any of the algorithmic questions. And I love the way that this is posed because I think you mentioned, and I think the authors mentioned earlier too, everything is built with a tolerance, so the static versions and the algorithmic versions. And there are very specific versions of our problems versus Excel or analytic solver problems because we know sometimes those do differ when you get into specific concepts. So Janet, have you run into any problems while you've been using these problems or assigning them?
I run into it once, and the question said that students had to round intermediate equations to at least 4 places. So they were working in R, and they would sometimes get numbers that were out, 5, 6, 7. They went out 5, 6, 7 decimal places, and the question said at least 4, and it turned out that the question meant exactly 4. But that was a fairly straightforward thing to catch. And it's also really nice that if you run into something like that, there's a lot of support on the McGraw-Hill end to make revisions really, really quickly so that when you catch something like that, you can notify somebody and get it taken care of really quickly. So I ran into that once in one scenario. It was only a problem the one time.
Awesome. And that comes back to me and my team, and we have a group of instructors who, like Janet mentioned, we take care of this stuff right away. Janet was also part of a class test, so it was like not quite ready for primetime content. So that was kind of the exact point, was to find these places where the tolerances might not be quite right. So we know that nobody's perfect and we might run into problems, but we are here to work with you as quickly as possible to get this stuff addressed. Thanks, Janet.
And that student was really proud of himself for finding it.
There was one last question, and I don't think it was completed, but it was do her students have prior course or knowledge of, and I'm assuming maybe analytics or stats. I'm not sure. It wasn't completed, but how prepared, I guess, are your students when they come to your class?
So
Pretty all over the
students
place?
who take my undergrad class generally have to have received a B- in business calculus or a C- in regular calculus, as well as taken an introductory statistics class, which for us is Stat 211 or Econ 225. Sometimes I'll make some exceptions. For some of these students, they may have been able to waive the requirements of AP Stat in high school, and now they're juniors, and it's been a while. But the first few chapters are really set up, or I shouldn't say, chapters 4 and 5 are really set up to be a really nice recap of some of the key takeaways students should have taken from an intro stat class. So even if I don't directly cover them in class, I know I have some students that are a little bit weaker coming in, or if it's been a while, I can direct them to that resource. It's really nice how the authors were able to kind of find a way to encapsulate some of the most important takeaways from an intro stat class, just for kind of a quick refresher. So it may be challenging without any statistical background, but even somebody who hasn't taken a class in a long time or maybe wasn't the best stat student, there are materials built into the text that can really bring them back up to speed. And I'm not really entirely sure a calculus background is entirely necessary for the class. I think if you're using this material, some basic foundation sets in statistics is handy, but unless you're doing the entire textbook very, very quickly and getting into some of the more specific and intense data mining approaches, I don't necessarily think business calc has to be a prerequisite. It just might help if you're focusing heavily on those chapters towards the second half of the textbook.
And real quick before we need to end, actually the question, he did type it out, was that whether the prior knowledge was in or background in R. So are you just introducing what they need to know for a particular example and topic, or do they know R?
They don't know anything coming in
Okay.
when it comes to R. The first day of class is getting everybody installed and up and running. So the vast majority of these students have absolutely zero R background. And by the end of the class, they're able to do some pretty cool stuff with data mining, and they're able to do non-logistic regression. We build them up from scratch, and even I'm impressed with how far they go.
So basically just using the materials that you have in Connect and the R that's already there is enough for them to go. Okay, great.
Yes. And Appendix C in the Jagia book has a really good guide to just help students figure out where to go to install the software and how to set it up and how to make sure that they understand how to run a command. So there's that piece there, but even as R is integrated into the rest of the material in the text, there are directions provided that are very, very clear, explicit, a lot of step-by-step examples make it very, very, or I shouldn't say easy, but far less hard to learn how to code using R.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Janet. Noelle, I'm going to let you take it from here. I think you have a little fun ending.
Yay. All right. And thanks so much, Janet. And for any questions that we didn't get to, again, we're going to build a big document full of additional questions and answers, because I know there are some that kind of have been coming in toward the end. So if we didn't get to them, we will do our very best to get you some answers. Like Harper said, we've got a lot of follow-up stuff that we'll be sending along. Which one of these? This one's me. Okay, so bear with me. I've got one last thing to show. This is our last piece, and I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that it's going to work correctly. And I lost my...
Right now we just have you.
Okay, hold on. I made my screen too big, and then I lost the WebEx piece. Okay, there we go. Share. Okay, then you see a big slide. Okay, so I have put together a very quick poll everywhere poll, and I've done this a few times before, but I've never done it with this many people, so we'll see how this works, and if it doesn't work correctly, my apologies. But if you go, and I will copy this link into the chat as well. Oops, sorry. If you go to this link really quickly, Harper, could you by chance do me a favor and write that into the chat so people can click on it?
Yeah, doing it now.
Thank you very much. Just a few quick questions that we want to get your pulse on right before we end everything this lovely Friday afternoon, and then we will release you all into what I hope is a beautiful day. It's really nice here in Chicago, so it's calling to me from the window of my what looks like a janitor's closet, but isn't, I promise. All right, did you get this?
Sorry, I think I put it in the questions and answers. Working on it. Hold on.
It's all right. I think it's on the next page too, so it should still be at the top of the screen. But I know it's always easier if you guys can click on it instead of having to type. Oh, I see you put it. Okay. So our first question: we would love to hear about your biggest takeaway from this event. So, are there any aha moments that kind of resonated with you, things that you're like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. That's really interesting. You should be able to type them directly into the poll, and I'm going to make sure that I have it live because you never know.
So we're going to cut and paste this link, right, into...
Yep, and you should just be able to click on it, and you can do it on your phones. You can do it from your computer. I should test it myself just to see if it's actually, oh, here we go. Okay, so it's working. Good, and I set this up as a word cloud, so it'll kind of show, okay, undergrad book, validation, videos, smart book. Territory, great. Awesome stuff. Using undergrad, Python. Here's the fabulous. Thank you, guys. All right, this is wonderful. We only have a couple minutes, so I'm going to keep us moving quickly to the next question, and thank you. Let's see if it work for me.
Don't go to the next question yet. I want to take a picture.
Oh, no, I got it. Oh, you want to take a picture? We'll get the whole thing at the end, don't worry.
Okay.
All right, if we were to host an event like this again, what other topics should we cover? So is there anything that you wish we had had the chance to talk about that we didn't get to? Anything that you can think of really
or
quickly?
More on anything, if you wanted more of something.
Mm-hmm. Awesome, large classes, ways to teach R, derivatives, student presentation, I like that, yeah. Algorithm ethics. Orange, I know that came up and we didn't have very good responses on Orange, so I'd love to dig in on that more. That's really good. Python versus R, advantage and disadvantage. That's great. Let me scroll and see what else. Outline of the chapter is good. Writing for analytics, that is a big one, and that's one I know the authors cover in the book, so we could definitely bring in more on that. Good. There's some upvotes on some of these, I think. Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, we will be sending these presentations. Everything will be shared afterwards, so thank you for asking. I just saw that pop up. Areas of business analytics that will be important in the future. More examples. Awesome. All right, I'm going to move quickly just to keep us going, maybe. Not want to. Here we go. All right, this will be the last one. What was your favorite session? And no, I mean, don't worry, I don't think that Janet or the authors or anyone will take offense if you don't choose their session. Harper and I definitely just want to get some good feedback. I'd love to watch this change too. This is so much fun. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Right, it's okay if you have multiple answers too. Just try to pick your top one and we'll use this. Again, we'll do more. Oh, and see, we're full. See, somehow I think I ran out of room on this stuff. All right. All right, last one. Biggest differentiator in the Jagia text. So some of you might not have been on the line for that piece of it, but if you had to vote on one thing that kind of stuck out at you that seemed more different than things you've seen elsewhere. I'm really impressed with myself that I got this to work, by the way, guys. This is the first time I've been able to embed this in PowerPoint.
This is awesome. I'm really impressed that everyone's actually doing it. So
I know, thank you so much. All right. Great stuff. I guess this last one, I had a spot for other. So if you did answer other and you wanted to elaborate, you can put this in here. No pressure. We'll follow up to get more details too. I'm going to move on. I think that was, oh, I lied. That wasn't my last question. Okay, overall satisfaction with our event. If you don't want to answer this, I understand. We'll be asking for more feedback if you don't mind, but thank you guys so much. Fabulous. All right, looks like responses have stopped. All right, those really were all of my questions. Thank you for kind of giving us that really quick snapshot. That's very much appreciated. Watch for follow-up information coming from Harper and myself. If you do need additional assistance with anything, I know a lot of people have been chatting with both of us, and we'll be following up with those people specifically to get copies of books or access to Connect. But if you haven't sent a message or you want to follow up, our email addresses are up here on the screen, and I think Harper's been connected to the messages that you've been getting so far. So we are here to help. We really appreciate. Thank you for taking time out of your Friday to participate in all of this, and you guys have been really great. A lot of great participation. I know virtual events are always a little bit complicated, and I think that this one went really, really well. So thanks, Harper, for getting this all put together. And thank you to all of our presenters and our panelists.
And don't forget about desk copies. We are happy to send out desk copies as well. You can work with your sales rep or just email us, and we'll take care of it as well.
Exactly. So we're 3 minutes over. My apologies.
All right. Well, thank you all. It has been great. And again, and while you have been recording, so you can stop the recording so we can edit out all the inside conversations. And everyone have a great Friday and stay safe. And we will hope